Hello and welcome back to the Inspirathon, the Workplace Inspirathon. We've already had a little bit of drama. We've been playing 5-minute videos to inspire you in between our speakers, fully attributed content, and apparently YouTube weren't very happy with us, so they threatened us and brought us down to 2 minutes. Considering the stuff that we know exists on YouTube, misinformation, the world of Trump and all that kind of stuff, it's incredible that would happen to us when we're sharing amazing videos about sleep and gender bias and inequality and mindfulness. So anyway, there'll be no more of those 5-minute videos because we don't want the stream to go down. So we just have incredible speakers and the networking throughout the 24 hours all over the world. We'll have a short pause where those 5 minutes are going to be before each new speaker, and you can entertain each other in Slack. So to that new speaker, I'm going to introduce him and bring him onto screen. It's his first speaking engagement of the year, so apparently he's bursting with some energy. As you know from our video earlier on in the piece, inspiring leaders and inspiring workplaces, we believe that empathy is one of the key pillars to great leadership. So much so that we made it one of our key criteria for the Inspiring Leaders Awards. So our next speaker, Daniel Murray, not only shares our belief, but has proved that empathy is a skill that can be learned. Through studying psychology and neuroscience, Daniel has developed a way to learn empathy, and now he helps leaders to do the same. Like us, Daniel believes that if you can understand people, you can lead more effectively. You can marshal the collective power of an organization, and with a bit of vision, you can change the world, which is exactly what we're all here to do. So without further ado, I'm going to try and bring Daniel in. Hi, Daniel. How are you?
Good, man. How you going, mate?
That's great. You'll have missed it earlier on, Daniel, but one of our colleagues, Stefan, who is actually the main man behind the scenes, he went down ill this morning at 6 a.m. So I am Mr. Technician and your host for the Australia and Asia leg. So I'm just glad you're here and we can hear you. Happy New Year.
And to you. And to you.
And so to that end, I'm going to bring in your deck right now as well. And I'm going to leave you be, and we'll come back in about 25 minutes. But for now, I'll hand over to you, Daniel, to talk us through your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks for putting on this event. It's great, as you alluded to. I'm really excited. It's the first time I get to speak to everyone this year, and hopefully this year is going to be one that's about recovery and growth for everyone. I remember I looked out the window of a plane one day, and I knew something was really wrong. I could really feel it. It wasn't something wrong with the plane, thankfully. It was something wrong with me. I was flying back from New Zealand, back into beautiful Sydney, which is a stunning place to live. I had a wonderful job. I had a great career, and my career trajectory was looking amazing. I had a great apartment, a beautiful wife. Everything on the surface just seemed perfect. But in that moment, I looked out the window and I knew it wasn't. I knew something was really wrong with me. I felt broken. I'd become a person I didn't really want to become. I was doing things that I shouldn't do. And in that moment, my whole world fell apart. I left my job. I lost my marriage. Everything started to crumble around me. And it was in this time, this dark time, that a memory came to me, a moment of understanding, a moment of compassion and empathy that spurred me into action. I'm going to tell you about that moment a little bit later on, but let me tell you about the journey that inspiration took me on. I found myself in the far northeast of Thailand, in a place called Yasathon. There I was visiting a small home for children who'd lost their parents. And at this home, there was many children who'd suffered all sorts of horrible abuse. And when I first walked in, I met this young girl named Malik. And when I first met Malik, she was in a very, very bad way. She had large open wounds on her arms and legs. Her hair was this mess of head lice and dried blood. She'd just been dropped off by the police because her mother had died. And the only thing in the world that her mother had left her with was the same thing that took her life, HIV. Poor little Malik was in a terrible state. We went to a local doctor, and after looking over her, he said, "She's not in a good way. She may have a few weeks, months at most." I was really sad spending that time with Malik, but mostly when I was leaving, not sure if I'd ever see her face again. Now, I went back to this home just 6 months later, and this little girl came up and gave me a glass of water. And to be honest, I didn't even recognize her at first. In just 6 months, Malik had completely transformed. She's now a bright, healthy teenager who wants to become a teacher, and her future is bright. What really amazed me about this transformation in that short period of time was not just the stark growth that this young girl had gone through, but that no one at this home was at all surprised. For them, this was just business as usual. And for me, someone who's worked in the corporate world, who has all the resources at our disposal, I've never seen this sort of transformation, particularly in a place that wasn't overly resourced. So I had to really investigate. I wanted to know, how did they do this? How did this magic happen? I spent some time up in this home, living there and working with the staff. And what I found was these staff were amazing, inspiring people. This is May Dara, and her job was to cook the meals for the kids. 80 meals, 3 times a day, 7 days a week. And she always did it with this big, beautiful smile. And her attitude was incredible, and she was such an inspiring woman. What wasn't so inspiring was where she was doing her work. This was their kitchen. Those 3 rusty gas burners was all she had. There was gas tubes went along the ground over a sink through an open window to gas bottles that weren't secured. Most of the ventilation had been blocked off by a concrete wall outside. And when I asked her about the fan, well, it turns out it hadn't spun in years. In the middle of summer, this kitchen became an oven in and of itself. And my job when I was up there was to work out if there were things that we could do to repair and to fix this home for these children. I was there working with a small charity called Hands Across the Water, and when I came back, we had just a list of things that we could do to repair. Back in Australia, we rallied up a group of Aussie guys. You can probably tell they're Australian by that big bum crack in the middle there. We gathered these group of Australian guys, and they decided they'd go over and volunteer their time and effort to help to rebuild and reshape this beautiful home. And what they did was incredible. This was Maydara's kitchen once we'd finished it. And I think you'll agree, this is a kitchen that's appropriate for him to be making 80 meals 3 times a day, 7 days a week. But when I really reflected on this amazing journey that I'd been through, none of it was about the stuff. None of it was about skills and capabilities or resources. None of it was about all of the tangible things that so often in our organizations we absolutely focus on. It was all about people. The thing that I really took away from this is if you want amazing outcomes, you need amazing people. We need to gather these groups of amazing people together. We need to inspire them. We need them to understand each other and themselves, their purpose, and the change that they can make in the world. And we've heard this before, and it all sounds good, but it doesn't necessarily happen that way. One of the biggest challenges that we find is that we talk a good game, but when we get to the corporate world, we seem to want to just chuck all of that stuff away and focus on the numbers. Particularly when times get tough, particularly times like now, times where things are, for some organisations, at a breaking point. And it reminded me of this case study of Continental Airways. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but Continental in the mid-90s wasn't doing so well. They'd gone through their second bankruptcy. The CEO at the time had such a bad culture that he had armed guards follow him around because staff wanted to confront him. And at this time, the board decided they would fire that CEO and brought in this gentleman named Gordon Bethune. Now, to say Gordon transformed Continental is a huge understatement. They went from last in every single way you can measure an airline to the best airline in the world 6 years in a row. He took their share price from $2 a share to $50 a share. They merged with United and became the biggest airline group in the world. An amazing success story. And of course, everyone was looking for, how did Gordon do it? What magic strategy did he have? What amazing resources did he manage to muster? And a young reporter actually asked Gordon, he said, we noticed you're an airline mechanic in the Navy when you were young. Was it your intimate understanding of planes that helped you turn this thing around? Gordon said, no, not really. He said, I just knew how fast I could fix a plane when I wanted to fix a plane versus how fast I could fix a plane when I didn't want to fix a plane. And he said, and that gap, well, that's where all the money was. And it sounds so reasonable when we put it like this. But unfortunately, I still talk to so many organizations and I ask them how they do their planning, how they do their strategy, and it's all based in spreadsheets and numbers. It's all based in these tangible things that we can measure and touch. But too often we ignore the most powerful part of our organization, whether our people really want to be there, whether our people feel understood. And what we know is that those who understand us have the right to lead us. If you're a leader of an organization, if you're a person who's wanting to have influence and drive in your organization, you need to understand the people you lead. Too often we think it's all about us, and it's not. It's all about them. It's all about making sure that we have that deep connection with our people. And the biggest challenge we have here is understanding people. What drives people? This is an age-old mystery and it's incredibly difficult. Let me understand or unpack for you why it's so difficult. You see, when I think about this, business is complicated, but people are complex. And you may have heard of this differentiation between the two words, but let me make it really simple for you. Mathematics is complicated. I'm going to make a confession here. I have an undergraduate degree in mathematics. I don't usually tell people that because they'll usually stop talking to me afterwards, but it's true. I do have a degree in mathematics. And what I love about mathematics is that it is very complicated, but the beauty of it is it follows sets of rules. It's predictable. Once you understand this equation, you can manage it. You can predict what's going to happen next. It follows logic and reason. Humans, we're not like that. Humans are complex. And what I mean by that is that little things can make a big difference. For example, you send a guy to the shops to get salad dressing. You have no idea what he's coming home with. He comes back in, he's got a jar of jam and a six-pack of beer. What happened? I don't know. And this happens to all of us all the time. We spend all of this time writing detailed lists of these are the things we're going to buy, and we walk out of the shops with trolleys full of all sorts of stuff. Humans are incredibly unpredictable. And the decision-making process is incredibly complex. Little tiny things can have a huge impact on humans, or no impact at all. Really big things can have a huge impact or no impact at all, and everything in between is possible. Humans and understanding humans is incredibly challenging. And too often when we look at organizations and businesses, they boil things down to this old world thinking. You might have seen this sort of a statement that economics 101, individuals are prudent and logical decision makers to maximize their utility. It's just crazy to think we're like that. If humans are rational, how many different types of car would there be? One? Maybe we'd have a small, medium, and large. But surely there wouldn't be this huge diversity that we see. Surely you wouldn't go and change the headlights on a car from one year to the next, because that just is crazy and illogical. But it's exactly what we do. Humans are incredibly complex creatures, and how we make decisions is incredibly hard to understand. And this is why when we think about empathy, it too often gets lost in these fluffy statements, in these different ways of thinking. I really want to boil it down and make it simple. Empathy is understanding why people do what they do. It's not necessarily just how they feel. And it's certainly not about you feeling how they feel. I want to make a statement here, and I want to push on you a little bit that empathy is not walking in someone else's shoes. And the reason for this is when you walk in someone else's shoes, you have your experience in that situation. When you want to build empathy, the most important thing is their experience in that situation. And our critical point here is we need to try and understand people, particularly those who are not like us. Understanding people is hard because of this amazing thing in your head, your brain. You see, brains are amazing. 85 odd billion neurons connected through trillions of pathways. Brains are the most complex system in the known universe, and you happen to have one inside your head. How lucky are you? But the thing we need to know about brains is they're old hardware. The human brain uses very simple shortcuts. It's been designed over a long period of time, and most scientists would agree that the human brain hasn't changed structure or shape too much in about 10,000 years. Your brain was designed for a world that's much, much simpler than right now. Your brain was designed to make these things called mental models, frameworks, structures, different associations. Your brain was designed to build these frameworks up early in your life, believe that they are absolute facts about the world, and then use those to navigate through. But these mental models can actually be the trap that stops us from having empathy with others. Let me give you a really simple, maybe funny, maybe even slightly offensive example, and I hope you take no offense to this. I don't mean any offense at all. But let's just say we took a stereotypical proper English family. We took a proper English family and very Downton Abbey style, and someone was yelling. What would that mean? What would it mean if someone in this household was yelling? Well, it would probably mean something pretty serious is going down. It would probably mean tensions are high, there's some significant conflict, things are pretty tense, things are bad. And if you grew up in this sort of an environment, that's how you would think about yelling. Now let's contrast that with maybe a stereotypical Italian family. Imagine if there was yelling in an Italian household. What would that mean? Well, it might mean nothing. It might mean passionate people are having a loud conversation and getting along. And again, apologies, this is incredibly stereotypical. But the real question here is, does yelling mean something bad's going down or not? And the reality is, yelling itself means neither of those things. Almost everything that happens around us means nothing until it's interpreted by a brain. And what we need to know about each other is that we don't share the same brains. Our brains are different. Based on our childhoods, our upbringing, our experiences, our parents, the stories that we've heard, the different things that go on in our lives, our brains are configured on a set of mental models that aren't the same as everyone else. And yet your brain doesn't want to believe it. Your brain wants to believe that all of these mental models that are in your head are objective truths about the world. And the reality is, they're just your subjective beliefs. And us being able to understand that about ourselves, about our own brains, is incredibly important, because it's that pausing of these mental models, the challenging of what we think is true, the questioning of what's really going on here, that we need to be able to step into in order to build empathy. One of the things I will confess as a mathematician, maybe not surprising, is that I was terrible at empathy. Actually, I really realized through this process that I needed to change. I needed to grow, and I needed to get better at understanding other people. Now, what I thought was, if I could find a process for empathy, if I could find a step-by-step process that I could follow and train myself, I'd get better. I went searching for that process, and unfortunately, I couldn't find it. So I built one, and I want to share it with you now, and hopefully it'll be something useful that you can use to build empathy in your own practice, maybe with your teams and those around you. So step one in building empathy is what we call being consciously curious. And being consciously curious is a very interesting thing to do. It's incredibly hard to do. And let me give you an example. If I was to show you this image, what happens? Well, when you see this image, immediately your brain takes in all this information. And then what it does is it tries to work out what's going on. Now, I've worked with thousands and thousands of people using this example, and I've asked people, what are the sorts of ideas, thoughts, associations that come to your mind straight away when you see this image? And I've heard everything from sad, homeless, helpless, needs help, give them a job, give them support, right through to alcoholic, probably a scammer, doesn't need the help, dressed too well, I think she's wearing lipstick. And what often happens is we sort of sit back and we judge other people's opinions. We judge their views and how they perceive this image. But what we need to reflect on is what's actually going on in our brains when we see this image. Well, what happens when we see this image is our brain takes the image in, creates this mental model, and then starts searching through our own cabinet of ideas and thoughts as to what this is. And you'll have a whole range of different thoughts and beliefs based on this person immediately, straight away. Your brain develops this view absolutely instantly. And then we use that view, whatever it is, to then interact with this person. But I want to pause here. Your judgment on whether you think your views and others' views are good, bad, or indifferent is irrelevant in terms of empathy. All of those views get in the road for real empathy, because real empathy is understanding what's actually going on for this person. And so the first step, being consciously curious, means being aware of these mental models, but being able to actively park them. Every person you meet, you will instantly make a judgment about them based on something. But if you want empathy, you need to be able to park that judgment. And this is what we call being consciously curious, having a blank page, being okay to say, I don't know what's going on, but I'm really interested. And the reason that's so important is that step 2 in empathy is to openly explore, to ask questions, to try and really understand this person's experience. And again, I work with lots of leaders on how do you do this effectively? What are the different things that you can ask? How do you sit in this space of curiosity long enough? And just to simulate this, I want to give you an example of a story. I want to share with you Rebecca's story. It's a true story of someone who's lived on the streets. And just to give you a sense of this person and where they've come from. 2 things happened when I turned 12. My father, who used to beat the hell out of us, he left home. The other thing is I started using drugs. One of my friends said, try this, it'll make you feel better. And it did. When I was 13, my mum found a new partner. He used to beat me up, and my younger sister too. For a year, I suffered through, but when I was 14, I said to Mum, that's it, I can't take it anymore. Either he goes or I go. Mum chose him. I ended up on the streets, sleeping in abandoned houses and buildings. The only thing that happens to you in your life is you keep getting hurt. You end up saying, no, that's it. This is not going to let that happen to me anymore. I've thought about just ending it all, but I get too scared. I end up just crying myself to sleep, and it's a terrible place to be when you feel like that. You think, if I get through today, then great. If I don't, doesn't really matter. It's no big deal. Not like anyone's going to notice. To have the confidence to do something about where you are is especially hard. You have to build that confidence up. Once you've been here in the streets for a while, you've lost confidence in yourself. You think you can't do it, even if you try. Just to know that someone cares is the main thing, I guess. Most people don't have anyone. Then I found some volunteers, and they were willing to give up their time to see me, to speak with me. They listened, and it was great. And that's what people need. Someone to be there, to listen, someone that they can trust. They care about me and miss me if I don't turn up, which makes me feel really special. Now that we've openly explored, we've started to listen, and we've started to try and understand this person. Now we can move into step 3. Now we can look at that mental model that's sitting in our head, and we can challenge it. Is it right? Is it wrong? Do we need to change something about this? And once you've changed this and changed your mind, then you're in a position to lead with empathy. Now you can start making decisions to support this person. Now, at this point, when we start to have this new understanding, we also do something incredibly stupid. Let me tell you by showing you this delicious-looking sandwich. When I was about 14, I was pretty poor growing up. One day, this was my lunch, and I was so excited. This is hot chicken, roast chips, gravy on a white bread roll. Absolutely 100% awesome, zero nutrition, but I was excited. I was about to eat it. And just as I was about to eat it, a friend of mine came up. She was a good friend. She said, "That's disgusting. Do you know how many chickens have to die every year so people like you can eat things like this?" She gave me the big vegetarian spiel, and I was really annoyed. 3 reasons why. 1, I'm 14. I don't want to think. I just want to eat my sandwich. 2, she's getting between. I'm in love with this sandwich. She's trying to come between us. And 3, I was pretty sure last week she was eating a hot dog. Like, what was going on here? Well, what was going on is that my friend had become consciously curious. She'd then gone and explored and asked questions about animal rights and vegetarian. She'd challenged her model and changed her mind from eating animals as fine and good to eating animals as horrible and murderous. She was now up here making new decisions, leading with her new empathy, and she thought it was her job to change my mental model. How do you think that went down? I'll give you the tip. I ate the roll. This is a terrible thing to do, but we do it all the time. When we find a new way of seeing the world, we tell other people how they should see the world. And right now, this point in history, there is so many people who are so sure in their beliefs trying to tell everyone else how they should believe. We need to stop. What great leaders do is they inspire curiosity in others. Think of Sir David Attenborough, one of the great environmentalists. Does he tell you to care about the environment? No. He shows you amazing pictures. He opens your world and lets you explore and make the decisions yourself. You can't change someone else's mind. Only they can do that. But you can be the catalyst to inspire curiosity in them. And this is what we need. When leaders are building understanding and curiosity and connection, work is not just personal. It's not about me. It's purposeful. It's about us. Now more than ever, we need leaders who are building this understanding. That moment when my world fell apart, that moment I remembered, happened many, many years before. I was about 20 years old. I was backpacking through Thailand, and I remember being on this rattly old train as it was entering Bangkok, the wafts of smells of the city coming through the carriage. It was early morning. It was an overnight train, so early morning I was waking up and a bit groggy. As I was waking up, I noticed a woman in uniform, a Thai woman, walking down the train. She had a small wooden box, and she was collecting money from the passengers who'd had the food, drinks, meals on the train overnight. And she was putting the money in her little wooden box. Now, I had had something to eat on the train, and as she approached me, I pulled out my wallet and my heart sank. I didn't have any cash. And I was trying frantically to speak to the woman and try and explain. I mean, it was very clear that the wooden box wasn't PayWave enabled. I wasn't going to use my credit card, and I was getting really scared. Here I was in this foreign country, a stupid young poor kid who should never have been traveling, and now I'm going to be in lots of trouble. And this woman must have seen the anxiety and stress on my face, because she did something extraordinary. She walked back down the train a few steps, pulled out a purse. Purse from this little compartment. She opened the purse, took out 300 baht, maybe 10 Australian dollars. She put it in the wooden box, looked at me and smiled. And as she walked back past me, just touched me on the shoulder and kept on walking. Now, I don't know how much money you make walking up and down on the trains, but I know it's not enough. It's not enough to pay for some stupid kid who can't work out his own budgets. But in that moment, she saw the opportunity to help someone in need. And it was her generous, compassionate act that inspired me when everything fell apart to journey to Thailand, to try and help the children of these orphanages and homes, to do anything I could do to help others who needed some help. And these are the moments of understanding, of empathy and compassion that our world needs now more than ever. So my challenge to you is when's that next moment? When's that next moment for you when you can see someone who needs that little bit more empathy and understanding? You can reach out and be the leader that inspires change in their future. These moments of understanding might be small, but they can change the world. I really want to thank you all and hope you well, wish you well in your journey to bring empathy into your world and inspire that within your teams. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Wow. Yeah, thank you so much. I suppose my first question would be, because I'm a believer, I'm a convert, right? So how do you convert the people in the C-suite? You're walking in saying, I want to create more empathy within the workplace, have more leaders, people throughout the workplace who demonstrate this. How do you get them on board?
Yeah, look, it's about making sure you're meeting them where they are, right? So if this is where, coming from a background of corporate strategy and consulting, I always start with, well, what's important to them? Is it performance? Is it getting more out of the bottom line? And often that's something that you get some pretty strong agreement around the C-suite. And I might share with them that Continental Airways example. I often work with project managers, and they'll do their Gantt charts. And I'll say, how did you work out your Gantt charts? And it's all spreadsheets, right? It's number of people, days, time, da-da-da. Okay, what if the people don't want to do the work? And they literally just look at me blankly as if to say, well, that doesn't fit in the spreadsheet. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But if you can't manage that, if you can influence that, you have a huge opportunity to grow and change performance.
And it's an annoying question in one way, because what we're trying to do is rip up the old and just create a new world where we're actually putting this at the heart of humans at the heart of the workplace. But it is so important to get that buy-in, to get that investment, to be able to fail fast and try these things and have those people that understand it. So I know that's one of the constant barriers that people who want to do good face. So I had to ask the question. I was also deeply offended by the Downton Abbey, but it is funny you mentioned that, though. Obviously, cultural differences, but I'm Irish English, and my wife is English Czech, and she says if you were to walk in on a Czech family lunch, they are shouting at one another but having a perfectly normal conversation. So I relate to that too. The only other piece I wanted to raise really is the inspiring curiosity. One of the videos we were going to play, but we won't do, just so we don't rile YouTube, was from Francesca Gino at Harvard Business School, and she talks about rebels in the workplace, and that as humans, our peak level of curiosity is at the age of 5 years old, and then so why, what question, and then it just starts to go down. So have you got any tips about how to inspire that curiosity in us?
Yeah, look, one thing I would say is start with yourself. Yeah. So, what do you believe? What's something you believe? And these are a set of questions I often ask people. So what do you believe? Yeah. Why do you believe what you believe? So what's your basis? So why is it so? Why are you so sure? Yeah. What else might be true? And getting out of your own confidence here and exploring. And often when people think about inspiring curiosity, what they're really saying is, I want more people to think like me. That is not inspiring curiosity. That is trying to get everyone to believe you. Yeah. So there's a level of vulnerability that leaders need to show here to say, okay, let's throw open the gates. Let's, anything could be possible. And really be open to exploring what's going on. And, it does involve releasing a little bit of control. And we know that so many leaders don't like to do that. But what you find is when you release the control, you're actually sharing it with others. Yeah. When control's shared by lots of people who believe the same thing and are working together, that's when your organization can be powerful and agile. If you've got to pull all the strings, agility is impossible. And
hopefully another silver lining out of this mess that we've been going through is that leaders that do have relinquished control, fantastic. Those that didn't had to, and you're seeing those more agile workforces now. So look, Like nearly every one of our speakers, this wasn't something we'd asked, but we would love to get you to do a guest blog as a follow-up and maybe start some more curiosity. I think this will have sparked curiosity from people watching. It has for me. I want to ask why and what. I could speak for hours, talk to you for hours, but we must move on. And I just want to say thank you so much, Daniel. I hope to see you one day, have a beer or a coffee or whatever drink we might do. But for now, just thank you. Have a fantastic 2021, and we'll speak to you soon. Thank you.
Awesome. Take care.
Bye-bye. So, as I said, we don't have our 5-minute videos, the Inspire Me videos. We will publish them on our website at a later date, but we don't want to fall foul of YouTube. So we have our next speaker. And another totally different take on things, and crosses over Australasia and Asia. So we're already kind of starting to move around the world a bit. So I'd like to, in a second, welcome Ulrika Brunner. Ulrika believes that one of the biggest impacts on our health, happiness, and well-being is when we spend 10,000 days of our lives at work. And the biggest influence on that experience, the learning and leadership we experience. So Ulrika has over 23 years experience across Asia and a variety of industries, including learning, development, training, world-class accreditation in financial services, trading, and is currently the CEO of Inspire Group Asia, a great name for a business if we do think so. So for now, I would love to welcome Ulrika to the Inspirathon. Hello, Ulrika.
Hi there, Matt. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. I've resisted my first Red Bull, so now it's 1:45 in the UK. So I pulled graveyard duty, and I'm really excited to have you as part of the Inspirathon.
Matt, thank you so much for having me on board. I think you and the team have done an amazing job pulling this together. So I'm really looking forward to spending this time with you. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to get out of your way now. I'm going to move off the stage and leave you to take us through your talk. So thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Matt. And thank you also to your team for making this possible. So good morning from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And just following in Daniel's footsteps, just to recognize, what a crazy year it's been, right? And how are we going to be thriving as leaders in this time of recovery? Now, when I say leaders, I don't just mean bosses or people that are in charge of teams, etc., but all of us, because we all influence people around us. So even if you are not currently working, you do have like a leadership role with the people at home, with the people that surround you, with your family even. And also recognize that this is not just about working from home. Now, some of you may be in countries where you have more lax rules, etc., but many of us are still under lockdown. When you're at home in a crisis, trying to get work done. And this is not the same as working from home, where previously you may have taken a day or two to stay at home to be able to focus on a particular project. And many of us are leading others at the same time. So just want to recognize how difficult this has been for us, for many of us during this past year, and to be kind to yourself. And to give yourself a break and allow yourself to have that moment for yourself as well. I learned this the hard way at the beginning of the pandemic, because I got stuck in Scotland for 4 months with my 2 children, and my husband was alone in our apartment here in Kuala Lumpur, unable to leave the house for 3 months. And I'm also responsible for our Asia operations. So being in the UK, I was having to get up. I was doing what Matt is doing now, pulling all-nighters, like getting up in the middle of the night to be able to run workshops and meetings with our client base on the other side of the world. So there were a lot of ups and downs, and I can tell you there were several days there when, I was not the happiest I've ever been. And a little bit about me. So my name is Ulrika, and I've explored uncharted territories all my life. I'm originally Swedish. I grew up in Portugal. I've lived in Scotland, Vietnam, China, Thailand, and the last 14 years in Malaysia. I'm fortunate to have lived and worked in 6 out of the 7 continents, and it's just Antarctica to go. So let's see where I end up. Now, at the Inspire Group, I'm part of a wave of innovation that New Zealand is known for, and I'm in charge of introducing a fresh approach to learning in Asia, because we believe that better learning is life-changing. And for 20 years, the Inspire Group has been at the forefront of learning solutions, and we work in a very agile manner. We've always done so. We adapt quickly, and I mean really quickly. So at the beginning of the pandemic, you know, when I was saying I was in Scotland, in just 2 weeks, our team back in New Zealand managed to adapt all our workshops to virtual delivery. So it was great because there was, you know, the sort of dipping point there didn't last for very long. So, and the speed and thoughtfulness of which businesses respond to a crisis will determine their future. So I'm sure many of you will have seen this play out, and those of us who are agile and embrace the changes will, of course, do better than those that take longer. And the Microsoft CEO, Satya Nadella, last year, she noted that, you know, just in terms of digital transformation, we've seen 2 years worth done in just 2 months. And I think we've all seen this play out in different ways in the different spaces that we work and live in. And McKinsey found, of course, the average lifespan of companies, you know, in 1958 was 61 years. Today, it's less than 18 years. And by 2027, 75% of the companies currently on the Fortune 500 will have disappeared. I'm sure many of you have heard this. So what's going on? What is keeping these business leaders up at night? You know, where are they looking at? Well, apparently it's mostly people problems. So what's going on with their staff? Where are they at? And with our ear to the ground, this following statement from Harvard Business Review really envisions, you know, how we are looking at this. So that we spend time to envision our future and look at a strategy to work back your future. Be prepared to learn and pivot and rally your team around your vision. Of course, you need to have the buy-in because you can't do this alone. This is a great report that I also want to share with you, the low-touch economy. So you can look that up from the Board of Innovation. And the low-touch economy is here to stay. I think many of you are living this reality. We're not going to go back to exactly where we were in 2019. The rules will be swinging up and down. Here in KL, we're back to full lockdown now because the new COVID numbers have been rising steadily. And the new normal will not be easy. I'm certainly feeling the pressure. You know, I was so enjoying having some degree of freedom, being able to meet people face to face. So it's tough being locked up again. Some of these new habits will stick, but we should expect aftershocks. So again, keeping that open mind, growth mindset, you know, let's not be complacent and think that the normal is here. And why does that even matter? You know, how are we handling this? How are you feeling? How are we feeling? Well, think about how that the biggest impact on health and happiness is the quality of your relationships. So how are you interacting with the people around us? How are your relationships? Now, this one is on that, you know, Matt mentioned about the fact, you know, we spend 10,000 days of our lives at work. So imagine that this person that you report to at work is more important for your health than your family doctor, according to the Mayo Clinic in the States. Now, if I can ask you to take a moment, I can't see you, but if you indulge me, take a deep breath, close your eyes, and think about the worst leader or manager that you've experienced in your life and how they made you feel. Can you see that person? I can. Now, keep your eyes closed, take another deep breath, and think about the best leader or role model that you've had in your life. Just take a moment and just see that person. So I can't help but smile. Now, okay, you can open your eyes. I hope you took a moment to do that. Recognize the strong feelings that those two people evoked for you. Imagine the effect that you can have on the people that you work with. Now, we don't have to make anyone else's life more challenging than it already is, do we? The Microsoft Chief People Officer, Kathleen Hogan, she emphasized the urgency to focus on employee well-being now. She said, COVID-19 continues to upend our lives. It's never been more vital to understand how we can empower employees to prioritize well-being, both at work and at home. And this is the kind of mindset that's going to matter. How are you showing up for those people around you? Now, I know that I have some friends that are on here today listening, and a few of them asked me about this, and they asked, how can we make the workplace a place where everybody can come close to each other without boundaries, so they're not being defensive, where everyone isn't afraid to speak up and share ideas. Now, I've lived in Asia for 24 years, and I get told, oh, this is the Asian workplace culture, keeping distance and all of that. And I don't agree, because this is something that we create and tolerate. I've seen so many workplaces, especially in the past year, in this region, where there is trust and even love. You can make it happen. We can make it happen. I say, start by creating the environment that you want to be part of. If you just start with a few people you engage directly with and focus on the quality of the conversations that you are having by being really present, that's a great start. And the key to this is, of course, to be authentic. Do you really care for them? Check yourself. You can't force this. We can't fake it. We know if somebody really cares about us or not. This can never be about me being right and somebody else being wrong. And the change of this behavior takes time. Of course, there are no quick fixes when trust has broken down or when trust has never existed. We can't change others, but we can choose how we show up and how we impact the people around us. If we can have an attitude of being of service and making a difference, wouldn't that make a wonderful place to be? So maybe take a moment to just think, how can that be something that you focus on for the rest of your day-to-day as you go about your business and your work. Now, coming back to how we are looking at learning and what's going on. Of course, most companies are looking at changing their L&D strategies over the past year. And over half in this Fosway Group report, they recognized that the digital learning was not up to standard and was immature. And of course, the demand for digital learning has increased considerably. This, of course, impacts also how we put together learning solutions. And learning and leadership, it's really complex, right? I mean, especially leadership. If you Google this up, you get over 32 million results. So it must be really complicated. And we need to consider so many different factors, right? Different generations and how people have evolved, changing the way of work. But my challenge to you is, if we can just try to keep it simple by being kind to ourselves and to others, maybe if we can go back to just what is the one thing I can do so that everything else will be easier or unnecessary. So here's this is a book recommendation. If you're interested, the one thing. I try to do this often, at least once a day, where I think about, okay, what's the one thing that could make things easier or some things unnecessary? It has definitely helped me in the past year where, you have these dips and I feel overwhelmed, not really sure where to start, and having to rethink how we do our business, etc. This has helped me to focus. So I hope that's a good tip for you. And of course, it's simple until I make it complicated. This is how we work at Inspire Group. This is another great book that may help during these challenging times. And for me personally, it means that I feel that I can make a difference if I take just one step at a time. If it's simple until we make it complicated. At the start of the year, now we're working with many organizations on how to implement their strategies and business plans effectively. And we start this off by agreeing with the clients, getting them to agree amongst themselves. What's the one thing that has the greatest impact now? Instead of working in silos or each department worrying about their space, how can we bring teams together to actually focus on what will have the biggest impact today? And then, of course, once you started doing that, you have a format and you can start on the next challenge. Here's another tool for you. And if you can think about asking yourself and your teams this question, take this away with you. If you didn't worry about failing, what would you try? What could be possible? And that's a little gift for you, maybe to, when you have those conversations with the people around you, just throw that out there. It's interesting what ideas come up. So for us, what is the new normal for learning? And if you can think about what did you last learn and how, and how was that different from school? When you're learning from in your day-to-day today, when you're choosing to dip into a subject that you're curious about, how do you go about that, and how is that different from when you were at school? Obviously, the context matters. What difference will it make? Keep it real, so don't overcomplicate. Listen to the people around you, right? What do you need right now? And having a growth mindset to foster that mindset, and be open to continuous learning, and think about the outcome that you want to see together, right, with the people around you, whether it's at home or at work. And inspired by our New Zealand roots, we of course think this is an amazing way to show a masterclass in crisis leadership, how Jacinta handled this pandemic from day one. She straight away was very clear in direction giving, so everybody knew, like, what is it that I need to do? And of course, making meaning, where how is this going to impact me? What does my new day-to-day look like? What do I need to do? And of course, the empathy part, which we heard the previous speaker speak about as well, that we see you, we hear you, and we're all in this together. And the empathy part, I think many of us are seeing this play out more and more in our workplaces as well. So we need to focus on what we need right now, right? When we're looking at learning solutions, etc. And how do we best consume it? If you think about when you want to learn a new recipe, for example, you're going to YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, maybe even reaching out to your friends and family, asking your mom for that favorite recipe. And what this looks like in the world where we work is that I want to have it contextualized. I want to have it at my fingertips. I want it to be fully responsive, and one solution doesn't fit all. This is an example of what we use to support our workshops, and we don't believe also that this is a complete end to face-to-face interactions. I think gradually we'll be getting back to being together, although I don't think we'll ever be sitting this close to each other again. But so it's a bit of an out of date, this picture. But of course, I think there will be a blended approach with some face-to-face, some virtual, like the session we're in now, maybe a bit more interactive. I'd love to see you guys, but and also some of the online learning content, and maybe gamifying like we did here in this module, and contextualizing it in emotion graphics, so you're engaging, really focusing on the learner's experience and what's going on for them. And clear visuals. How are you? Just think about how you're communicating internally. You may not have a graphic designer, but how can your messages become cleaner, clearer, and more engaging? This one, this is for an onboarding, for example, and I can see clearly if I'm in starting my induction journey, steps 1 to 6, what is going to be happening, and I can follow that. Having some interactive solutions, making it beautiful as well. Even for this one, for example, this is talking about quite a dry subject, like treating wastewater with strict SOPs. So we incorporate humor, and so I, as a learner, I want to complete the module, and it doesn't get boring. Another way is also to incorporate personas. I can put myself in Jack's shoes here and follow what he's doing in the day-to-day. So I know that when I'm hitting the job tomorrow, then I know what to do for New Zealand Post. So what are we trying to do? So we believe in a combination, right, of digital and analog learning. But we need to, just like Jacinta Ardern, we need to provide direction. We need to spark the conversation with the people around us. And these are 3 simple things that we can all do. Take a moment and foster also that collaboration. Think, engage, and inspire. For me, this is what keeps me going in the past year. Regular check-ins with my team and clients. We have water cooler moments every day. Reach out, really get to know them on a personal level. I'm sure many of you are doing this already, and you don't need to talk about this, about work all the time, right? So try to make those moments more casual, and you support yourself and you help others at the same time. But above all, what got us here won't get us there. Be ready. Keep an open mind, and to be able to pivot, listen to the people around you. What can we do to support them? It's tough, but let's lead ourselves so that we can lead others and make a positive impact in what we do. And we have a real opportunity to rethink how we can make a difference. Start with just one thing, keep it simple. So I leave you with a question. If you weren't afraid of failing, what would you try right now, today? Thank you for being here, and I'd love to see you more, or I'd love to see you at all. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, and let's take it from there. So thank you so much all for your time today. Stay well, stay safe. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Ulrika. What would I do if I wasn't afraid of failing? I'm not sure. I'm probably doing doing this the product of our environment, of our times, as I probably will mention many times between now and I go to bed and back on for North America.
Oh gosh, yes.
We honestly won't have. It'll be 3 years between our last conference and our next one. Our last one was in 2019 in New York, and we were supposed to have one last year. And we decided, for the mental health of our team, because you're talking about you going back into lockdown now, and I'm sorry that you are, because we know what that's like. But the constant we were talking about traits of a good leader is to give people control. When you keep pushing dates back and you think you're near the end, so we just said we're not going to do any events till 2022, because the best case scenario is maybe end of 21. So yeah, it'll be 3 years. So I probably wouldn't be doing this I probably would do this if I was scared of failing. But thank you so much. And I thought I was well travelled, but wow. You have to let all of us know when you get to Antarctica.
I will.
There was so much to go through, really. But what can you go back to the 2 things that what's keeping a CEO up at night?
Yes. Absolutely. The overall focus is, of course, the people, the challenge with the people. So, it's making sure, am I hiring the right people? We all know this, right? And you don't need to be a CEO to be worrying about that. And am I being competitive? Can I retain the best talents for what I need right now? And of course, the performance and productivity. We talk a lot about this. How can I provide an environment where my team are as productive as they can be, while they're spending these 10,000 days at work.
Yeah.
How can I create that environment, especially now, this last year, it's tough, to keep the energy levels up, keep engaging, and it's so much more personal, right? Here we are in each other's houses.
Yeah.
I think it draws so much more energy than, okay, I'm in the office, I have 9 to 5 and I'm there and full on, and then I can go home and switch off.
Yeah.
So I think, the focus on employee performance and productivity was actually the highest one on that list.
Well, and as you're saying, we're invading each other's homes. That just breaks down those barriers instantly. That's the boss, or that's this person, or that's that person, or any preconceptions we have around people. You get to know people more, and then they could become braver about who they are, and hopefully those barriers are broken too. I couldn't believe the stat from the Mayo Clinic.
I know, right?
The person you report to at work is more important to your health than your doctor.
And of course, this is then, from the States, this is reflecting, people, of course, getting sick, but also suicides, all these very serious issues that we see when people are struggling, right? So, this is huge. And I think it's important for us to really take that on board. Like, I can make a difference. Even, I don't have to be the CEO, right? Even if I'm just I'm just part of a team.
Yes.
I'm not even the boss. I can have a positive impact on just 1, 2, 3 people. So
absolutely,
why wouldn't you want to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, I'm just with everybody. I'm just eternally grateful for your time, your expertise, and your inspiration. So, is there anything else you'd like to add before we wrap up and start to go on to our next speaker, our last speaker, Australasia?
Matt, again, I just think what you're doing is absolutely fabulous. We all need the Inspirathon in our lives today, now. And so thank you for pulling this together, and thank you for having me on board. And just to all of you out there, just be kind to yourselves, be kind to the people around you. We're all in this together. And stay safe, stay well. Thank you very much.
You too, Ulrika. Stay safe and stay well. Speak to you soon.
Take care. See you. Bye.
So, fantastic talk from Ulrika. What travel. We are into our 4th hour of the Inspirathon. It has to be a little bit telethon-like, but with the thon on the end. We are into our 4th hour. I have still not opened my first Red Bull. That will not happen for a while yet. It's a horrible, horrible drink. Our next speaker had arrived. He's our last speaker of the Australasian region, Manish Wadhwa. His power went. He was waiting in the wings, but he will be back shortly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly put the screen up, waiting for our next speaker. And when Manish comes back, we will have him talking about humanity and business, closing off Australasia, and then we'll have a gig for you to entertain you down in that part of the world. Before we head off onto our new region. So I will hopefully be back in 2 or 3 minutes with our final speaker of the region. Thank you so much. Speak soon. Bye-bye. Hello, and that didn't take long. We have power, we have liftoff. Manish is waiting in the wings. A great man, somebody I look up to. I met him in our first ever event many years ago down in Sydney, overlooking the harbour. It was an incredible day, one that will live long in my memory. And I've been looking for an opportunity for him to say yes to working with me again ever since. So it's a great pleasure that I introduce our next speaker, Manish Wadhwa. In his own words, Manish is obsessed with the idea of how we can support businesses to do more good for people and the planet. He believes the reason societal challenges still persist is not due to lack of the resources, but due to lack of inclusive leadership, low employee engagement, and limited collaboration between corporate and the not-for-profit sector. I think his mission is to engage every employee with a sense of purpose and to build their inclusive leadership capability by solving business challenges for charities. I will let him talk to you about his own mission, and I'm going to welcome into the chat Manish. Hello.
Hey, how are you? Good day, Matt. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. I remember having a juice in Surrey Hill.
Yeah, that was scary, I tell you. That was scary.
Juice diet since then. So.
Yeah, it just died on me, literally died on me. My laptop just crashed 30 seconds before you're going to get me on. So it was interesting.
That's all right. I've just brought up your deck. You'll be in total control of that. I will leave you to take us through your talk and then come back a little bit later for some questions.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Matt. Thanks. You're really grateful for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone, or rather good afternoon. It's 12:15 in Sydney. Wherever you are, welcome. Really grateful, and thank you so much for giving me your time today to listen to hearing my story and what we're all about. I'm sure wherever you're logging on from all over the world. I really want to make this interactive as possible. I know that we are on a chat sort of format, but it would be great for you to throw questions on me as we go rather than wait for me till the end, because I really want to have a dialogue versus a one-way conversation, which typically virtual events tend to be a lot of one-way. So if you can chat and throw in some questions earlier versus later, that'll be awesome. So Humanity in Business is basically an events organization. We've been pretty badly disrupted since COVID. We were very much prior to COVID focused on leadership is really what we're all about. And over the 7 years of working in the space of organizing leadership events, I've come across innumerable events we've hosted around leadership, and also heard innumerable consultants and also corporate leaders talking about what great leadership looks like. And I've seen different frameworks of all sorts of consultants out there who got some amazing thought leadership around how to build leadership capability. And having watched all of that and hearing all of that, one of the things that I've came up to a conclusion after 7 years of organizing those events, we did events around customer-centric leadership, authentic leadership, mindful leadership, purposeful leadership, change leadership, project leadership, and customer-centric as well, which I mentioned, was that the best way to learn is by doing, or action learning is what we call it. And hence, over time, as I looked at understanding deeper around what L&D looks like and what makes great workplaces by listening to so many leaders and consultants speak at my events, I realized that the real powerful way of that is actually versus listening to frameworks or having these exercises that a lot of people do within their workshops for leadership development. I realized that the real learning actually happens when you're solving a problem. And this came to me with, as I started coming across doing some work around purpose, and the thing which I'm really passionate about is creating purposeful organizations and organizations that do more for humanity and the planet and people and planet. I realized that the most effective way of learning is through action learning, which is actually solving a problem and learning through that. And so we kind of moved away from the traditional events and having speakers and having our own, inviting consultants to share the stories, which we might get back into again. But what we've decided to come up with is, and looked at doing some research around the world, we realized that by solving a real world problem, the effect of learning is actually more powerful. And the way we did that was we actually invited a not-for-profit, or a couple of not-for-profits to work with employees and solve a business problem for a not-for-profit, not a social problem, not like trying to eradicate hunger or trying to plant more trees, but actually using the employee skills to solve a business problem for not-for-profits in marketing, finance, HR, tech, whatever that may be. And that's really what we do. We not just looking at employee volunteering, but it becomes a part of embedding L&D and pro bono together. So in terms of the next, the slide which I wanted to share with you was really around, I guess, what does it look like and what does that program look like? So we did a bit of, this is the kind of slide that's pretty much been creating us, giving us the inspiration in terms of what pro bono is able to do and how we can achieve HR objectives. So if you look at this slide, we're looking at how we can attract talent, develop talent, and promote and retain talent through pro bono. Pro bono, in this case, would be the fact that we are actually engaging the not-for-profit sector and helping them out with a problem. And the key is also around diversity inclusion, which is a big one, which I've highlighted at the bottom. So just take a couple of minutes to read this slide, because I think it's really important to understand the different ways in which we can leverage the pro bono to actually do good, and how the pro bono can support it in terms of the working collaboratively with the HR team, but also with business leaders to actually drive certain outcomes. Now, these stats you see on the right, the industry data, is very much from organizations that have been doing this overseas for a long time in the US, particularly, and you can see the references made below. So the data is done. This has been done in a couple of organizations overseas in the UK as well as in the US. And some of you overseas will probably be familiar with some of these stats, but it is definitely a very powerful way of engaging the employees around different objectives that you might have. And really, the bottom line is that we can really look at aligning and improving the alignment between your employee values and your organizational values, and bringing the two together. But also, whilst we're doing that, enable to learn skills that they need in the workplace. So very quickly, we did a bit of work with a major Australian bank, and they asked us to basically build more customer-centric leaders and more stakeholder-centric leaders in their teams. And therefore, what we did was they invited 24 of their finance executives from different parts of the business to come along and work on 3 not-for-profit projects. So the HR and L&D exec at the bank basically suggested that they're looking to improve their stakeholder centricity of these finance executives, because they were working in the finance function, and they were very much working in silos. So really what it was is that there wasn't much collaboration happening or engagement happening across the different silos. And so 24 execs were brought from different parts of the organization to come together into 3 different teams of 8 people each to work on one not-for-profit project. Now, the objective of that was really to look at different skills. So the future of work skills, as well as, of course, building customer centricity. So design thinking, creativity, innovation, collaboration, decision-making, and problem-solving were the key 6 areas that were identified. Now, with hindsight, I would definitely not do 6 because that was too many, and therefore we could not go deep enough. But what we did was we actually sourced projects from the 3 not-for-profits that were there on the day. And we basically looked at the skill sets of these executives we had on the program, and we realized that most of them had finance, business analysis, project management skills. And therefore, we went to the charity or the not-for-profit and we asked them, and we scoped out what projects that they have that could then be able to be delivered over a 6-week time frame or 6 workshops, plus obviously some work in between. And therefore, the work for us was really involved around engaging the not-for-profit not-for-profits in our community to actually find out what are the projects they had live that we could then support them with a real-world problem and have the skills then to deliver an outcome after those 6 workshops were done. So that took a bit of time because obviously sourcing the not-for-profits projects takes quite time-consuming, and that's what we do now. Community, my business partner, are very much the platform, which I'm also working with at the moment. We're collaborating on a lot of initiatives. They're the ones who scope out the projects. They find the not-for-profits, and then HIB, we bring the leadership for the facilitators to then take the executives through that program. So it's very much a collaborative effort to actually enable the skills to directly help with the not-for-profit. So we found 3 projects, and therefore over the period of 6 weeks, we brought them together to basically design and work on that project together. So the workshops had interactive facilitation skills And then we had actions that then they had to take with the not-for-profits to use the skills we taught them through the facilitator. And then we implemented those skills whilst we were working with the not-for-profit on particular challenges. And then we obviously had guidance as well in terms of helping mentors who were there from the corporate to actually mentor the executives with problem solving and facilitating them to an outcome. So it was quite an intense process, but really rewarding in the end, where we actually were tackling a real problem. And customer centricity, for me, at the heart of customer centricity is really is empathy, which was really one of the key things of any great leadership, is around empathy. And obviously design thinking being one of the skills that they were learning. Empathy was at the core of that. And then we went through the design thinking process. And we basically were able to showcase them what empathy would look like through that process by looking at a real world not-for-profit problem. So that was quite effective. We talked about creativity. We went through various exercises about creativity, and the facilitator went through that. And then we looked at how we could use that in that real world problem we had with the not-for-profit. So really, what innovation, same thing. We did some practical exercises, and then we applied the practical exercises into the problem that we're facing for the not-for-profit. Collaboration, likewise. So we really got all these key areas that the client was interested in focusing on, and we used the not-for-profit problem to then use action learning as a way of learning about those skill sets. And really, that was the primary way in which we actually worked with the not-for-profits. And the other piece in terms of the outcome, which we did over the 6 weeks now, just to go back a bit, we would not recommend six workshops anymore, because we learned from the process. We really think 3 workshops is enough. And just some work in between the workshops would be powerful in terms of actually working outside of office hours or during your work time. But 6 was too much, and we probably bring it down to 3 workshops. And we would also probably, really depending on what skill sets you would like to your employees to learn, we would focus on those, probably just 1, if not 2 skill sets, not more than that. Otherwise, it gets too diluted. So really, if we were to focus purely on design thinking, that's all we would do over those 3 workshops, which involves solving problems for the not-for-profits, as well as really learning about design thinking. Or if it was really about focusing on collaboration, let's really nut down collaboration really well and use that and fine-tune that and get it really right over 3 workshops and a bit of homework in between. So that was a big learning from the session. And finally, some of the impact results, which we did, was really focused around what feedback they got. So 95% said it was a valuable learning experience. In customer centricity up by 83%, which was a really powerful thing. But at the same time, on the other side, the social impact as well was really a powerful one. Then from to connect to a sense of purpose, which I think particularly in a bank is really lacking. There's not enough sense of purpose there. And that was really a big piece for them as well. They felt they were actually involved in the doing versus just the talking about it, or a traditional L&D program, which is just talking about stuff in PowerPoints. So that was really the benefit, the value we got, and that was the results we got from it. And obviously some testimonials there from the different stakeholders there. I think it was really about giving them a more insight into the not-for-profit sector. And the problems that you tend to solve with not-for-profits is actually more complex, because there's a social element to it. And therefore, it challenges your thinking beyond the traditional environment of the corporate landscape. So really recommend that it stretches their thinking, which we find that quite useful and quite powerful way of actually learning, rather than just doing something which is a generic exercise. When you apply it to a real world problem, you start to realize how it actually works, which was really what the value was there. And the other piece which I would share was that the key piece for me is that, doing empathy is different from trying to learn empathy on a slide. When you hear a not-for-profit's purpose and how they're solving a social problem, what it is, really to try to solve a problem for a social issue, such as creating a business plan for a domestic violence shelter, and understanding the customer, what it is like to be a domestic violence victim, is a different level altogether. And that problem you probably will not ever see in a corporate environment. Hence, it was quite a powerful way of, truly getting them to see what's it like to be in somebody else's shoes when you're trying to deal with that problem yourself. So I want to go into more. I'm more interested in questions, and really keen to get your feedback if there's any questions you have on that. But that's me for now. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, particularly to Matt. But I'd love to hear any questions or any things you have that I can share with you from our experience.
Thank you so much, Manish. How did you get into this line?
Well, mate, like I said, 7 years of organizing events before you came along I was doing all sorts of events, and I realized that, I can't talk about purpose with slides as much as we have inspiring CEOs and inspiring business leaders talking about purpose. That really doesn't really do anything from a person who's trying to feel a sense of purpose. And how do we truly get people to actually connect to that purpose? And the only way really is a not-for-profit sector. I can't think of any other way. So we got to put the social problem in people's face. And that's what I learned, that the traditional PowerPoints and the traditional frameworks are not as effective to connect to a sense of purpose.
Do you think the events over the past 12 months are making this more prominent? People are looking
absolutely. I think people have become more aware of what's going on in the world. The bushfires, obviously, last year was a massive wake-up call for a lot of people. Felt really helpless. What can I do? What can I do? And it's like, well, how about using your skills to do good? So that was a big one. And I think this year, and with COVID as well, last year as well, people have become definitely far more conscious, socially conscious, and aware of their environment and aware of the social causes, the issues that are out there.
And how would somebody go about starting to put this together, other than using somebody like yourself? How would?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you talk to your not-for-profit partner if you have one. It takes a bit of time to scope out the challenge. I think that's where the effort goes, and having the not-for-profit to have the bandwidth to come and spend some time with you guys, with you guys, and kind of extract the project from the not-for-profit leader. Ideally, you want a senior leader from the not-for-profit sector, and so that they know, they have an insight across the business, so they know what kind of problems the business is facing, so then they can put forward that problem to the team to then be able to solve. And so scoping that is probably where it gets tricky, but you could probably get a business analyst from your organization to kind of help scope that project and really deliver it amongst you. And then a facilitator from HR or from the business can basically take them through the process over how many other workshops. And you can do it as a hackathon, a one-day thing, which is purely a problem-solving day, or you can stretch it out to a more L&D format, which is over time, half-day workshops, etc. And
going even one step further back, if you identified somebody you want to work with, how would you best reach out to a non-profit partner, future potential non-profit partner in your experience?
Well, most companies really have a not-for-profit partner. A lot of the larger organizations have companies they help out with. Lots of so really reaching out to them. But employees typically have always a cause they're passionate about. So if there's somebody within the employee group that has a cause they're passionate about, reach out to them. They will then, I'm sure they've got a cause. Somebody's passionate about breast cancer. Somebody's passionate about heart condition. There's poverty, homelessness, all sorts. So that passionate person who probably has a cause would probably know a not-for-profit that you can bring in and basically say, how can we help you with any of your projects that you're struggling with, and really get them to tell you what they need help with.
And finally, putting you on the spot, what's the best experience you've had in doing what you've been doing over the past few years? What's the biggest impact you feel like you've had along the way?
Well, I think for me, it's been really empowering the not-for-profits. Like, I know it's not the same as planting trees, but the reality is that there's not many opportunities to do that. So particularly in the COVID time. So for me, it's almost best experience is using my skills as a connector to be able to, or as a facilitator to actually be able to empower the not-for-profit to be more sustainable, rather than going and raising, giving out brochures to people on the streets or whatever the unskilled volunteering is called. Using my skills of some use, and I find that extremely rewarding. To be able to actually use what I have and be able to actually make a difference to make that not-for-profit more sustainable versus a one-off where they might use it and then it's done. To create a brand strategy for a not-for-profit is far more engaging because they can use that over a period of a year to get more funds, to get more volunteers. Creating a tech platform is much more rewarding because they can use that platform forever, if that makes sense.
And those strategies that might have start for 1 year, they spark other ideas that last for a lot longer than that. So.
Correct. And also, if you want to just give your time and do good, the Communiteer platform is free for individuals who can just jump on there and log on to Communiteer and choose the project you want to help out. So there's no cost involved in that. You can do that on your own time and just volunteer for that basis. But if you want it for a corporate perspective, then that's different, of course.
Well, we'll get that link off you as well, because we'll put that on the video, the blog that goes with your video after the Inspirathon's done. So I think there'll be lots of people who want to look that up on a personal basis. For now, though, as I say,
awesome.
no means least in Australasia. So thank you so much for closing our region. And I hope to see you down in Sydney sometime soon. Thank you so much.
And good on you doing for what you're doing, mate. Well done.
Thanks. Cheers.
All right, take care. Take care, guys. Bye.
Thank you to Manish, and thanks to all our amazing speakers who joined and shared with us the Australasian leg of the Global Workplace Inspirathon. I can't believe how quickly that's gone. It just shows I need to get back down to Australia as soon as possible so we can do a full day event there. Up next is our music gig, our first gig. Hopefully YouTube won't be offended by this. It's artists playing. That's how YouTube was built, people playing music on their guitars. This has been curated by our partners over at Global Acts, bringing us live music. After this gig, we will have a short break before we head into Asia. But for now, with my limited technological skills, let me introduce Aurora. Typically, Aurora is an energetic 5-piece party band playing back-to-back floor fillers. Try and say that before a Red Bull. But as we all know, the music industry, as so many industries like us, has been hit so hard globally. And we made a commitment to keep having music at our events and to support these amazing, talented artists. So exclusively for the Inspirathon, Aurora 2-piece, Jason and Val, and they're going to perform a selection of their favorite tunes, stripped back in an acoustic setting from their picturesque Cotswolds home. So they are pommies. Sit back, grab a drink, and enjoy. And if you do wake up and we're still going in North America, or you want to carry on watching us in Asia, please do. All the content will be on demand on the website for Inspiring Workplaces over the next few weeks. And just thank you so much for being with us. A crazy idea made possible by you. So thank you very much for now. And I'm going to try and play this gig. Here we go. There we go. So for now, thank you so much. This is Val and Jason seeing you out into Australasia, and we'll be back soon for more.
But so is our host, so don't hold that against us. We really hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much for joining us. We are really enjoying having the opportunity to play, even though you're not actually here. Thank you so much to Matt Manners and Alice Woodsford for organizing all this. We're going to start off with something English. This is Celeste. It's called Stop This Flame. The heart goes up, the heart goes down. We fall in love, and when we fall back down, I'll give you anything you want, anything you want, anything. Just tell me no, it's not red still. Then you make it right. You're like a pill that I just can't trust. Tell me to stop, but I keep on going. Tell me to stop, but I keep on going. Tell me to stop, but I keep on going. Keep on. You'll never stop this flame. I will never let you go. Well, who am I to say, baby, but I know you should know. You got you somebody calling, you think you're somebody, don't you? I think you're scared of keeping somebody wrong. You'll never stop this flame. I will never let you go. Wasn't it enough? Did I move too far? Is it all too much? I think I must be meant to give you everything I had, everything I had, everything, but it's still worth it. Tell me to stop, but I keep on going. Tell me to stop, but I keep on going. Tell me to stop, but I keep on going. Keep on, keep on. You'll never stop this flame. I will never let you go. Well, who am I to say, baby, by now you should know. You got you somebody calling, you think you're somebody, don't you? I think you're scared of keeping somebody close. You'll never stop this flame, I will never let you go. Keep away from me if you can't understand my life. Keep away from me, away from me if you think you must. Oh, keep away from me if you can't understand my life. Keep away from me, away from me if you think you must. You'll never stop this flame, I will never let you go. Well, who am I to say, baby, by now you should know. You got you somebody calling, you think you're somebody, don't you? I think you're scared of keeping somebody close. You'll never stop this thing, I will never let you go.
Thank you very much. We are going to do something from the 90s. We've been listening to a lot of music that we'd forgotten about just because we got so much more time over lockdown. So we're going to do some Natalie Imbruglia. This one's called Torn.
Thank you.
But I saw the man was alive. He was warm, he came around like he was dignified. He showed me what it was to cry. But you couldn't be that man I adored. You don't seem to know, you seem to care what your heart is for. But I don't know him anymore. There's nothing where you used to lie. Conversation has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's mine, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am ashamed. Lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already told. So I guess the fortune teller's right. Should have seen just what was there, not some holy light. But you crawl between my veins tonight. I don't care, I have no love. I don't miss it all that much. There's just so many things that I can't touch, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. Cold and I am shamed. Lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already told. Inspiration has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm
out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm going and I am ashamed. Lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. Wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. I'm going out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm going, I am shamed, bound and broken on the floor. You're a little late. I'm already torn.
Got most of the chords in that one right, didn't I? Most of them, I
It's a
think.
different kind of pressure, this isn't it?
I need some heckling or something.
I'll do some Santana for you next.
We've changed this one about a little bit.
Man, it's a hot one, like 7 inches from the midday sun. I hear you whispering the words, melt everyone, but you stay so cool. My muñequita, my Spanish Harlem Mona Lisa. You're my reason for reason. The step in my groove. And if you say this life ain't good enough, I would give my world to lift you up. I can change my life to better suit your mood. Because you're so smooth. And it's just on the ocean, under the moon. It's the same as the emotion that I get from you. Yeah, you got the kind of love you making me so smooth. Give me your heart, make it real, or else forget about it. I'll tell you one thing. If you would leave, it'd be a crying shame. In every breath and every word, I hear your name calling me out from the very own. You hear my rhythm on your radio. You feel the turning of the world, so soft and slow, turning you round. And if you say this life ain't good enough, then give my world to lift you up. I can change my life to better suit your mood. Because you're so smooth. And it's just on the ocean, under the moon. It's the same as the emotion that I get from you. Yeah, you got the kind of love you make me feel so smooth. Give me your heart, make it real, or else forget about it. Or else forget about it. It's a hot one, like 7 inches from the midday sun. I hear you whispering the words, melt everyone, but you stay so cool. My muñequita, my Spanish Harlem Mona Lisa. You're my reason for reason, the step in my groove. And if you say this life ain't good enough, I'll give my world to lift you up. I can change my life to better suit your mood. Because you're so smooth. And it's just on the ocean, under the moon. This makes me think of summer. Unfortunately, summer is quite far away in England. It's been the usual rainy weather. We saw the sun today for the first time in about 3 weeks. And that'll probably be it for the next 3 weeks. We'll do some Fleetwood Mac for you next. Now here you go again, you say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel. But listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had, and what you lost, and what you had, and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say with me, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you know. You know. Now here I go again, you see the crystal vision. I keep my vision to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams. And have you any dreams you like to share? Dreams of loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had, and what you lost, and what you had, and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you know. Oh, you will know. You will
That's a different ending to normal, surely.
It's been a while. I just realised, seeing this next song, that we'd haven't even introduced ourselves. This is
I'm Valerie.
This is Jason Page, and I'm Valerie Bett. And this next song is called Valerie. You'd think I would be sick of it by now, but actually, I still really, really love this song.
Speak for yourself.
We've done something a little bit different with this version as well. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things what you're doing. In my head I paint a picture. Since I come on home, well, my body's made a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me.
Sing it at home.
Why don't you come on over, Valerie?
You can do better than that.
Valerie. Oh, Valerie. Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? I put your house on up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you didn't catch your tail. Hope you found the right man to fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you busy? Did you have to pay that fine? You were dodging all the time. You still tease it. Since I come on home, well, my body's made a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Oh, Valerie. Valerie. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things what you're doing. In my head I paint a picture. Since I come on home, well, my body's made a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Oh, Valerie. Valerie. Oh, Valerie. 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 Why won't you come on over, Valerie? The next one's about the Beatles.
Firstly, I hope you're all singing along with that.
The next one's about the Beatles because we didn't think we could do this representing England, the UK, without doing something by the Beatles.
Absolutely. So we're going to sing this in a Liverpudlian accent all the way through. It's really going to town. No? But you've been practicing all week for this.
You don't want to hear that. I've been insulting a lot of people.
I was going to try and do it to be funny, but I realised I can't do it.
Here come on flat top, he come grooving up slow. He got juju, apple, he want holy roller. He got head down to his knees. Got to be a joker, he just do what he please. He wear no shoe shine, he got Dodge and football, he got monkey finger, he shoot Coca-Cola, he sing, I know you, you know me. One thing I can tell you is you got to be free. Come together right now. Over me. He back production, he got Walrus Comfort, he got no Sapphire, he won Spinal Cracker, he got feet down below his knee. Hold you in his armchair, you can feel his disease. Come together right now. Over me. He roller coaster, he got early warning, he got muddy water, he won mojo filter, he said 1 and 1 and 1 is 3. Got to be good looking, cause he's so hard to see. Come together right now. Over me. Come together, come together, come together, come together, come together, right now. Over me.
Thank you. If you're bored, I mean, I'm hoping you're not bored, but when you get bored, just Google the lyrics for Come Together and see if you can make any sense of it. And yeah, do comment, get back to us, let us know what you think they were thinking.
This is the kind of stuff that we've been doing in lockdown with all our free time.
Yeah, trying to decipher what the Beatles were actually on about.
We've got some Alanis Morissette for you next.
I'm broke but I'm happy, I'm poor but I'm kind, I'm short but I'm healthy, yeah. I'm high but I'm grounded, I'm sane but I'm overwhelmed, I'm lost but I'm hopeful, baby. What it all comes down to is that everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. 'Cause I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's giving a high five. Feel drunk but I'm sober, I'm tired but I'm underpaid, I'm tired but I'm working, yeah. I care but I'm restless, I'm here but I'm really gone, I'm wrong and I'm sorry, baby. What it all comes down to is that everything's gonna be quite alright. 'Cause I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's making a cigarette.
I'm focused. I'm green, but I'm wise. I'm hard, but I'm friendly, baby. I'm sad, but I'm laughing. I'm brave, but I'm chicken shit. I'm sick, but I'm pretty, baby. And what it all comes down to is that no one's really got it figured out just yet. But I got one hand in my pocket, and the other one is playing the piano. Now what it all comes down to, oh yeah, is that everything is just fine, fine, fine. 'Cause I got one hand in my pocket, and the other one is hanging in taxi cab.
You swore in that.
I did it very quietly.
You did, it's a family-friendly show, though.
We're going to do a mashup of two songs. I think it's 90s,
Mashup or mess up?
early, no, well, we'll see about 90s, early noughties.
CC Peniston.
That's exactly what I was trying to
I knew, I feel it. I can see you struggling.
something. No, CC Pennington, isn't it? Oh,
Oh,
well.
well,
I'm really sorry, I really should know this.
It's definitely CC, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
We got that much.
Meeting Mr. Right, the man of my dreams, the one who shows me true love, or at least it seems, with brown cocoa skin and curly black hair. It's just the way he looks at me, that gentle love instead. Finally, you come along, the way I feel about you, it just can't be wrong. If you only knew the way I feel about you, I just can't describe it. Oh, finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face, and I just can't hide it. It seems so many times you seem to be the one, but all you ever wanted was to have a little fun. But now you come along and brighten up my world. In my heart I feel it, I'm the special kind of girl. Finally, you come along, the way I feel about you, it just can't be wrong. If you only knew the way I feel about you, I just can't describe it, no. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face, and I just can't hide it. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face, and I just cannot hide it. If only I could get through this, get through this. I gotta get through this. I gotta get through this. I gotta make it, gotta make it, gotta make it through. Say I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this. I gotta take my mind off of you. Give me just a second and I'll be alright. Surely one more moment couldn't break my heart. Maybe till tomorrow and I'll be okay. Just another day and then I'll hold you tight. But your love is pouring like rain. I close my eyes, it's gonna get. And when I get the
chance to say I love you. I pretend that you're already mine, and my heart ain't breaking every time I look into your eyes. If only I could get through this. If only I could get through this. If only I could get through this. God, God, help me get through this. I gotta get through this. I gotta get through this. I gotta make it, gotta make it, gotta make it through. Say it out, gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this. I gotta take my mind off you. Give me just a second and I'll be alright. Surely one more moment to break my heart. Give me till tomorrow and I'll be okay. Just another day and then I'll hold you tight. When your love is pouring like the rain that close my eyes, it's gonna get. When will I get the chance to say I love you? I pretend that you're already mine, and my heart ain't breaking every time I look into your eyes. If only I could get through this. If only I could get through this. If only I could get through this. God, God, help me get through this.
Thank you very much. Yeah, comment in the comment section. CC, what? Make them up if you like.
We can just Google it after this, to be fair. We've got one last song for you, and since we'll be going over to North America next, we thought we'd pick something American. So we're going to do some Chris Stapleton and Tennessee whiskey, because we didn't think there was anything more American than whiskey.
We would usually be drinking whiskey, but when we recorded this, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We thought it is Saturday, but yeah, no, we've left it. We're usually better after a few drinks, I promise.
That's what we think, anyway. I used to spend my nights out in a barroom. Liquor was the only love I had known. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottom and brought me back from being too far gone. You're smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time. I've looked for love in all the same old places. I found the bottom of the bottle's always dry. But when you poured out your heart, you didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I whiskey. You're sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. Oh, you're smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. Thank you very much. That was it for us. We are handing back over to Matt Meadows. Matt, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Matt.
For organising this. I've really enjoyed it. Even though there wasn't a proper audience.
You said that like I
A
had.
virtual audience. I'm just saying, I can only speak for myself. Even with the virtual audience, that was brilliant. Brilliant to be playing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you everybody, and please carry on watching the rest of these videos as they unfold. I'm not sure how often they come out, but yeah, they're really trying to support live music, and Lord knows we need it at the moment. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Matt Meadows.
Thank you.
So absolutely sensational. Love. I don't know about you, but I love a lot of those songs. They will actually be back for the UK gig as well. Thank you so much. We'll be back live in about 40 minutes when we are landing in Asia, in Singapore to be precise. So we will see you in about 45 minutes. Please network in Slack. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the second leg of the Global Workplace Inspirathon, where we're now in Asia, virtually landed in Singapore, and we're really excited to hear from our lineup of speakers here. We'll be hearing on subjects such as well-being, working from home, experiences that inspire, staying calm and being creative, and so much more, from Mercer to LinkedIn and others. We'll start with our first speaker in this region in about 8-9 minutes, but I just wanted to welcome you back, or welcome you for the first time. One of our colleagues unfortunately went down ill earlier yesterday, so we are doing the technical stuff ourselves. In the UK, we're in lockdown, so we had a lovely studio for you. We're now doing it from each other's homes. So this really is a product of the environment that we're living in right now, right down to the last detail. Anyway, I'll be back soon in about 8-9 minutes, and we'll get cracking in Asia. So thank you very much for being with us, and I'll be back soon. Speak soon. Bye-bye. Hello, as promised, I'm back. We're in Asia, in Singapore, and we're going to get straight into it with our first speaker. Somebody I've had the privilege to know for a long time. I've respected him from afar for even longer. We've had a chat on our podcast in the past, and we spoke probably about 5 or 6 years ago about how we could do something in Singapore, and who knew the first time would be during a pandemic virtually, with me being awake at 3:10 in the morning UK time. But I'm delighted to welcome our first speaker in Asia, Lewis Garrard. Lewis is passionate about driving performance and improvement in organizations through people-focused solutions. He's worked across a lot of awesome businesses such as Shell, Rolls-Royce, Skype, National Grid, to name but a few. Chartered by the British Psychological Society as an occupational psychologist, he graduated from the University of Nottingham in the UK with an MSc in occupational psychology and a first-class honours in psychology and cognitive neuroscience. If you're wondering what the second one is about, it basically means studying your brain, and he's a very, very clever man or human being. So without further ado, I'm going to try and bring in Lewis. Lewis, welcome.
Hello, hi. Hello, Asia. I hope you can hear me and see me okay.
Yes, we can. And you've had a haircut since I last saw you, I think.
Listen, I'm feeling very fresh, I'll be honest. It's nice to be able to join a session like this in the morning. A little haircut, maybe even a shave, my friend. So how is it at 3 a.m. there? I mean, it's sterling work by you, Matt, to get up so early.
Well, I thought I would have some company. Stefan basically is the legend. He's fallen unwell, so we're sending him our best. It's lonely. I'm trying to be quiet so my wife doesn't wake up very angry with me tomorrow morning without that much sleep. But yeah, like I say, I've been saying for about 9 hours now, this is a product of our times, basically. And some idiot had a really crazy idea to do a 24-hour event. And here we are.
Yeah, and Matt, I mean, best wishes to Stefan, and hope he's staying well. I think it's an amazing testament, like you say, to our time that we can organize something like this. And I think the topic is wonderful. I'm also, so if you hear any background noise, I have a small baby. Last time you and I talked, I think he was on the way.
Yes.
And he's running around outside. So if you're banging on the door, my 15-month-old is desperate to see me. So.
Well, let's hope he makes an appearance.
Yeah,
absolutely. So I'm gonna exit stage left and leave you to it, and I will be back later.
Great, and for some questions, I hope. Yes.
Absolutely.
So look, it's a great pleasure to be here. Let's pop up the slides and just sort of say, look. I called this working with a wow because, when I asked myself, what does it feel like to be inspired? I felt like, well, it's that experience of like, wow, that was amazing. So, I'm going to share some ideas here about how I think organizations achieve that. If you want to connect with me, there's a QR code here. If you're used to sort of scanning these things, I am, wandering around here in Singapore. I hope you can sort of link up with me and get some of my ideas. So, I asked myself, well, what is it that inspires people? What do I think really enables that sense of wow and inspiration, particularly at work? And when I was sort of looking at it, I stepped back and said, well, actually, it's not just about work, it's about life. And the thing that I noticed that many people who are inspired, when they describe what that feeling looks like, they often talk a lot about how meaningful whatever they're doing is. When someone has that sense of inspiration, it's very often coming because they feel that what they're doing is incredibly meaningful. People find meaning inspirational. That real strong sense that, what I'm doing carries a heavy weight. And this is really different from some of the sort of the perhaps legacy concepts we've been working with like, for example, engagement or even happiness. Many people have very meaningful lives that they sort of find as inspiring. but find those situations very challenging, as in meaning can come in all sorts of different forms, and it doesn't always generate happiness. But I think that when somebody is working really hard to and showing a lot of resilience, at the heart of that, very often you find meaning. So I've done a lot of reading and research on this. Luckily, psychologists have been studying this topic for decades, frankly. You know, we're not the first ones to stumble across this. And one of my favorite books is by a professor, his name is Roy Baumeister, and he wrote an incredible book called The Meanings of Life, plural meanings. And early in that book, he talks a lot about, well, what is meaning? You know, you can't build something, you can't design for something unless you really understand what it is. And in that text, he basically says, look, if we really get to the core of what meaning is about connection. Meanings connect things. And if you think about human beings, you know, very often when we talk about what we find meaningful, we're thinking of that in the construct of what am I connected to? So, you know, very often meaning is experienced through other people. So I am connected to others. To the future, one of the reasons why people feel that the personal learning, growth, or innovation experimentation is very exciting and meaningful is it's because it connects that person to some sort of new and exciting future. Me to the past, you know, where have I come from? What is my history? Meaning connects me to my journey. And of course, one of my favorites is me to myself. In the modern age, you know, one of the things that you'll hear people say is like, well, you know, I need to find myself. And this is sort of, it doesn't really make any sense if you think about it, you know, objectively. But what someone is saying when they say, I want to find myself, is that I want to find meaning in my life. I want to find meaning through self. And if you've been on Instagram or TikTok, you realize that there are many, many people in the world who are finding ways to express themselves in a way that perhaps they find meaningful. You get it. But the core concept here that I want everyone to take away is that meaning is inspiring and meaning is really about connection. So the next question you might ask is, well, does it matter? What is the evidence that, you know, this search for meaning is inspiring and does good things for people? A few years ago, my colleague Tomas Chamara-Pemusic and I wrote a short article for the Harvard Business Review, looking at the research here, and you know, a few bullet points on the left if you want to use the QR code to connect to it. Basically, the research shows that people who experience meaningful work report better health, well-being. They find it easier to work in teams. They're more engaged. One of the things that I thought was very important was actually they tend to view setbacks and mistakes as learning opportunities rather than failures. They tend to be more resilient. And that's also why I think in the modern era, it's incredibly important to see meaning as a driver of resilience. But of course, businesses then that carry a lot of meaning, are very clear about what they're for, tend to have better financial performance. So what does it look like to experience meaning? 4 things, you know, again, you can read these in Roy's book, but I think, you know, just translating those for us into work. I have a strong sense of purpose. Now, we often conflate meaning and purpose, you know, use them interchangeably. They're not the same thing. Purpose is about a strong sense of goals. You know, I know where I'm headed. Purpose is about direction. And so purpose is about goals. And it's different from value. What I'm doing is good, and other people think it is good. So this is an interesting one because what people value or see as good changes over time. So what if we look 20 years ago and ask, well, what was good, what was right in the world? You know, you might get a different answer to what you would say today. You know, for example, today we think much more about people working on topics related to sustainability. More generally, people, if you did work in that area, you would see, wow, that's a meaningful job because it's doing something that we see as very important, that is good and valuable for the world around you. The third is that I can affect the world around me and make an impact. Efficacy is one of the key things that help people establish a strong sense of meaning. I actually have influence on the world around me. And if you think about this, if you disconnect people from the world, if they can't influence the world around them, they often feel a strong sense of disconnection. You know, again, if you think of meaning as connection, that you experience that connection often through change, making an impact. And then last, I'm a valuable and important person, self-worth. You know, perhaps in some case, this is very strongly tied to, let's say, value. What I'm doing is good, so I am an important and valuable person, but it doesn't have to be. You know, there is a sense that some people can be doing, you know, work that is very good, important, making a lot of change, but they don't really understand or feel confident in themselves. And actually, people have a real strong need to feel that they are a valuable and important person. It's deeply biologically rooted. So that makes sense. And, you know, as I said, you know, this is well-established research. In fact, you know, a lot of these ideas are from the early 90s. And, you know, I love that in the 80s, we had a real boom in this area. Because that was really when we were starting to see this kind of meaning through self really coming into the mainstream. You know, the famous Whitney Houston song, "The Greatest Love of All," is actually about her love for herself. So, you know, there's this sort of amazing movement that we've kind of seen sort of culminate in social media, where a lot of people find meaning through, you know, this sense that, you know, I am a good, valuable, important person. So this is not new. And for many people, it's like, I get this, it makes sense. When people experience these things, they tend to work harder and be more energized. So how did that work out? In spite of the fact that we know all of this, if you jump onto Google, type "my job is" and see what the autocorrect will give you, people are off. What you'll see is often responses that look like this: boring, meaningless, making me sick and depressed. It's an indictment of our ability to create work that people find meaningful. And it's important to recognize you know, what creates the absence of meaning is that sense of disconnection. You know, meaning comes in hierarchies. You know, so you know, this concept is connected to a more important one, which is connected to a more important one, which is connected to a more important one. So the most meaningful thing is the thing at the top of the hierarchy, right? And so again, it's that sense of connection. How am I connected to something bigger and important than perhaps the day-to-day task that I'm doing? That, you know, often people lose sight of. You know, it's too far away, too disconnected. So connection is such an important concept. So how do we get there? And why, with all this wonderful science, innovation, and technology, have we not made this better? And I love this image because, you know, all the paper flying out of the computer, I think is, if you looked at your inbox and imagined that was actually documents piled up on your desk, you'd start to realize the full weight of what many people are asked to do. If you're on Office 365, Microsoft, for me at least, sends me emails on a weekly, you know, every so often, to tell me how many emails I've read and, you know, how many interactions I'm having with other people. And you really get a strong sense that perhaps this might be more information than a human being can actually manage. And because it's overwhelming, again, it's very difficult sometimes to see how these tasks and activities are connected to something bigger and more important, that inspiration that people are looking for. And so, you know, the people like Cal Newport, he's a computer scientist, have started to say, this is why we need time to disconnect, to start to think about what does it mean to do deep work, to really think about what you're doing, to have space, to focus on things that are important. So, you know, if you're going to have a meaningful experience, sometimes you actually need to create room in your day for it. So how do we do this? You know, how can we create more meaningful experiences for people? So you have to start with understanding what experiences are. And at Mercer, we've done a lot of work about this. And for us, it's really the intersection of three things. The first is the employee themselves. Who are they? What are their expectations? As I said, you know, everybody is different. What persona are you designing the experience for is a really important component of understanding what effective and meaningful experiences look like. Second, what is the environment that we're providing? And that's a huge term, very broad topic, but it's everything from culture, and culture is all about particularly social interactions. You know, we often say that in culture, interaction is where the action is. So it's all about, all of those touch points, those interactions that people experience, but not just with other people, also with the physical space they use and the technology they use. What does that feel like? And then last are events. Experiences often happen in journeys. They're not static, they're not one time. Actually, someone moves through a sequence of events, and that sequence of events becomes an experience. So what are the meaningful events that really influence how that person feels about that experience? And these events can be life events, career events, organization events, but they all these different peaks and troughs really cause somebody to shift emotionally, and that really matters. So that's the first thing, understand what experiences are. The second thing is to say, well, so what sort of experiences do people want? I mean, that's an important question. And, for us, again, we have this nice 4 E's model, a lot of E's going on there: employee, environment, and event. And here we have another 4 E's, which you can see is divided into nice 2x2. Consultants love that. The kind of dimensions here are my work and my life, my goals and my well-being. And then within that, there are these different sorts of experiences that people can have that you can design for. So efficient experiences are ones that move you towards your goal quickly, frictionless. And very often people find that sense of progress, I'm moving forward to where I want to be, actually quite pleasing, quite meaningful. But the other thing that it does is it removes things that feel meaningless in the environment, where it's like, well, what's this for? It doesn't seem to have any purpose. Second, enriching. It adds value to me. This experience helps me grow and experience a strong sense of efficacy. Embracing. I feel like I belong here. People, we are social beings. We want to feel connected to others. This deeply biologically rooted, that feeling disconnected from your community, you experience that as a threat. So, and the opposite is true. When you feel connected to your community, you feel rewarded. So how do I feel that sense of belonging, like I fit in? And then this sense that other people understand me, and that they have a strong sense of empathy for the experience I'm having. So I'm supported and cared for. Those experiences can be really wow. So if you think about this, at the beginning I said meaning is important, and if the objective is to create experiences that make that wow come to life, all of these things are in play. Wow, that was easy. Frictionless. Wow, that really made me feel like I've developed myself, or I made an impact. Wow, I really feel like I belong here. And wow, you really understood me. These things are really important experiences. So how do we get there? What actions can we take? 4 things I'd like to offer. So the first is we need to take this design mentality. It's a bit of a buzzword now, design everything, but we have to apply that to work. How are we designing work? And the reason we have to do that is because a lot of work is designed in a way, as we saw earlier, that demotivates people. So a study we did here with about 1,000 people over the first year of joining an organization showed us that people start very motivated. More than 9 out of 10 people say, yeah, I'm very energized and motivated. And you've lost a quarter of them by the end of the first year. So they brought energy and inspiration with them, and they lost it within the first year. It's managed out of them. And when you sort of do the research, what you realize is things like poor job design. The job isn't designed to be meaningful and engaging. And that's often because managers design jobs and they receive very little training to be able to actually build jobs that people will find engaging. Unhelpful feedback. Listen, a lot of feedback is delivered with the person who is giving the feedback's emotional energy in mind. What I mean by that is that good feedback helps develop the self-awareness and capability of the recipient. But often a lot of feedback is given as a kind of emotional catharsis to kind of deliver a message that makes the person who's giving the feedback feel better. So the way that we get around this is we start to say, look, if you need to offer a point of view to someone, couch it in terms of advice. What advice are you giving them that will help that person improve? Which softens the evaluative element of the feedback. And then last, the confusion between hindrances and challenges. Hindrances are barriers to progress. They drain energy and they're demotivating. Challenges are exciting. They generate energy. A difficult project, a time pressure, something that needs to be done quickly. Hindrances are often experienced as bureaucracy or politics. And organizations very often don't see the difference between these two things. You need to design a job to be challenging and try to remove barriers to progress to the extent possible. So that's jobs. Second, teams. So we tend to think if we just put a group of people together who are nice to each other, that the team will function effectively. And actually, the research says that this isn't what happens. What we need to do is be very structured in the sort of environment that we want to build. We have to have an objective for the team in mind in terms of its environment and culture, its norms. And we know that highly diverse, psychologically safe teams tend to deliver better outcomes. They're more creative, innovative, and productive. So this research here I thought was really useful to kind of say, well, what does it feel like to work in that sort of diverse and safe team? People describe it as, curious, encouraging, experimental, but not soft. Forceful is a word that they would use. People are comfortable providing their opinion and challenging other people, but in a supportive way. And many of us still are struggling to build environments that look like that. But there are examples. Google, this is an old example, but I think was useful to kind of say, look, they had very specific principles they wanted to see when they were building teams that they knew predicted success. And many of these things are backed up by decades of social science. Third, redesign your meetings. Meetings are a microcosm of your culture. The team at DBS, I think, did a wonderful job. This came from a presentation that they did maybe a year or two ago now, looking at the experience of meetings in their organization. There was their employee experience team that did this, and what they recognized is that meetings are where should be decision-making events. But very often people join a meeting and sort of sit and listen to the most important person and then leave. And they don't contribute perhaps as much as they would like. And I think all of us have had these experiences. So they tried to implement specific tactics and tools to improve the quality of the meeting, because this is where a lot of social exchange and interaction happens. So just an example, they had this concept called Meeting Mojo. Mojo stands for Meeting Organizer, Joyful Observer. The organizer controls the agenda, but the joyful observer controls the culture in the meeting. This is the person who gives feedback on the quality of the meeting and sort of lets the organizer know whether or not it's meet its objectives. Last, make it part of what leaders do. Back to the article I mentioned earlier. How do you make work more meaningful for your team? Leaders play an important role. In that article, we identified 4 characteristics of leaders that help generate meaningful work. That they're competent, they're curious, they are energetic and ambitious, but also they know how to trust people. To build a team that's effective and and to not micromanage. And I think it's important to step back and ask, what kind of leaders get ahead in our organizations? Are they people with strong sense of integrity, competence, charisma, which means they're enjoyable to follow, effective, they get the outcomes that we're looking for? Or do we use perhaps the more insidious signals to select our leaders? Unfortunately, in the modern era, one of the best ways to cause people to think that you're competent is to fake it. And, I'm sure many of us have seen examples of people who have gotten ahead by, telling everybody that perhaps they are better than they actually are, and ended up in positions that perhaps they are not fully competent to actually enact. So leaders are important, and the way that we choose them really matters. Matt, this is my last slide but one. So what am I saying? Look, meaning matters. It matters because it's a source of important inspiration in life. And if we want people to experience meaning, then we have to design for it. We have to understand that we know what experiences are and what kinds of experiences work. And then we need to put those concepts into real actions. in jobs, in teams, and the way that we train and develop leaders. If we want to create more inspirational and meaningful work, then we need to think about it from the employee's perspective. How does that person experience the most meaningful work that we can possibly create for them? If you like these ideas, then I'm all over social media. Please do connect with me. And at Mercer, we're doing a lot of work on job redesign, on employee experience, on mental health and well-being. And if you're interested in these, please ping us a note. We would love to share some ideas with you. So with that, Matt, I hope you were able to follow along. It was great to be able to share some ideas. I crashed through it.
Yeah. You did, and there was a lot there. Stuff I hadn't considered, especially considering where our inspiring workplace is. The whole concept of meaning it is fascinating. I'm just trying to make sense of it. Both, I think my frontal cortex that starts to soak up all the information. Is that
the prefrontal cortex is the bit that makes you the human being that you are, my friend. You've got all of the. But you see, what's interesting about this, Matt, is that a lot of the things that we're tapping into here are neurologically, and it's very interesting to see that psychology now. I was chatting to a friend of mine who's a psychology professor. He was saying you can't get a paper published on personality, for example, anymore without showing the evolutionary or neurological roots of the thing that you're interested in studying, the behavior. And but a lot of those behaviors are from ancient parts of the brain, like very simple, particularly emotions that drive a lot of behavior are quite animalistic. They're quite ancient. And if you think about what I was just saying there, the behaviors that you see in people, particularly around community, wanting to be with others, but also around status and self-worth. I want to be important. Both of those things you can imagine, are important for survival.
Yeah.
Like if you're in a community and you're an important person in that community, you're much more likely to procreate and survive and, pass on your genes.
I was watching a documentary called Unfit that I won't say who it was about, but it was talking about the evolution of the tribes, of the chimpanzee tribes, and which tribes survived throughout evolution, and that's how you get to those leaders that get there. So the narcissism piece, but I am trying to bring it all together. Really, it's an absolutely great presentation. Which we'd love to explore more. Really, if you're able to, maybe we could follow it up with a story on our blog section. But I think there's just a number of takeaways for me that 9 out of 10 people obviously begin motivated, and after a year, you've lost a quarter of them. That the different to create a more meaningful experience, you've got to focus on the employee, the environment, and events. And I think that's the employee environment and events. So I think that's another piece that people forget, that as you say, you're on a journey and you have life experiences both inside of work and outside of work, and people have to focus on that. But there was a lot there that I would actually love to revisit. Actually,
I mean, yeah, exactly. We can follow up on it, but I mean, I would say
about redesigning work.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea that the design tools that we've been talking about, we tend to, a lot of the design tools are for products, which is great. I mean, that's how, that's where they should be evolving from. And like taking those concepts and starting to say, well, what can we learn about the good design of work and teams, and sort of applying those ideas. I think that's really what we're doing with employee experience type work. We're trying to say, well, what are good design principles? And how do we embed them in what we do? But just conceptually, the idea of being intentional and actually acting on something, and starting to say, well, how do we, not just what do we want it to do, like what do we want the job to do, for example, but how do we want it to feel, is, you start to step back and say, well, okay, well, why? And, how does that relate, and all these things. But, I really get the strong sense that, a lot of organizations these days are interested in, well, the thing that gets people to build resilience, for example, not just in the business model, but also in people, requires somebody to be able to approach work with a different mindset. And the people who seem to achieve that are the ones who have that strong sense of meaning. So yeah, then understanding what meaning is, and like I said, it's really about connection to other people, to yourself, to the future, to the past. It's why stories work, because stories carry a lot of meaning, because stories are journeys that connect things. It's you start to sort of see these concepts and philosophically in a much broader way.
So when we talk about redesigning meetings, in the hybrid world we're living in right now, and obviously it's here to stay. How are people going to go about doing that? Because obviously we've all jumped onto Zoom and Teams and whatever you want to call it. And there's the story of Bezos and Amazon years ago. You had to walk in, there was no slides, and in a meeting it was on one piece of paper, and that was a storytelling exercise actually. It'd be interesting to know what you think about how the redesign goes on in a virtual environment as well, and if you've seen any good examples of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think
meetings are can be such a waste of time as well. Just sat there.
And look, it depends. There are lots of different types of meeting, right? But I think one of the things is to have a process for these things. Like one of the interesting things I've learned over the last few years is that, for example, with innovation works best when you have a process for it that everyone can contribute to. So we tend to think of innovation as kind of like a bolt of inspiration. You're like this brilliant individual sort of coming up with a brand new set of ideas. And, sure, there's a bit of that, like someone seeing a new perspective, but often that happens because of an interaction they've had with someone else. They're like, oh, I learned something new. And so you realize that interactions are a source of innovation. So, the process, if you're getting a group of people together to move people through generating, evaluating, and then building on ideas and how you sort of test those ideas, makes a meeting much more engaging because everybody knows the process and can contribute. And so that's, on the sort of generative side, but like a decision-making side, there might be a different process. This is how we do it. The Bezos example, the Amazon example, is they have a process for the meeting. They want you to, and the reason is that it's consume the information quietly at the beginning, read the 6-page memo, talk about it, and then make the decision. And it's, the point is that then everyone has the same information. You all can then ask questions and build off each other. And by the end of the meeting, you're going to make a decision. So it's not so much what they're, it's a 6-page memo and that's what we're going to do. It's the process of getting a group of smart people together to be able to solve an important problem, and they have a clear role in it, and he's leveling the playing field in terms of information. These things are important, but very often we just leave that to managerial competence. It's just like, well,
So just quick follow-up to that, because we mentioned it earlier in the day in one of our talks. Is curiosity an important part of this then? To ask and challenge, to ask why, to push back?
From a leader, yeah. Well, so like again, in the article I was referencing, the first characteristic we talk about in terms of leaders that create meaning is curious and inquisitive. And the key thing there, though, he said these people get bored very quickly, so they're constantly looking for improvement, but which it can be good. So people tend, again, to find that experimentation meaningful because two things. First, it connects you to a future. So the connection is important. It's like, okay, so a new future is coming and it's exciting and interesting. So second, because there's a deep down, many of us have a need for a novelty and exploration, and so there's a deep biological root to that which you find engaging and interesting. So yes, and third, because again, it's about self-expression and experimentation. In fact, Dan Cable's book, there's a book called Alive at Work. I didn't mention it, but he talks about three things. He talks about self-expression, experimentation, and purpose as ways to create exciting work environments. And if you think about self-expression, I can bring my, this is the whole self to work kind of thing, but basically saying that, I feel I can contribute, and experimentation as two routes of meaningful conversation or interaction with others. The question then is, well, how do I structure that in that we are enabling everybody to do that? So then it becomes a process anyway. But yeah, I think curiosity as a characteristic is very new age, as in industrial era working was much more about, doing what you were told.
Yeah, absolutely.
So whereas the modern day seems, the computer does what it's told, the human being has to do something else.
Well, as I say, as always, having spoken with you or listening to you, my mind is running off in many different directions, and I'm going to have to read the book Deep Work, because I think
Cal Newport, it's a great book. But by the end, he's talking about the deep work machine, which turns out to be a building, by the way. But
right.
if you before you read the book, listen to the Hidden Brain podcast where they interview him. They did that a year or two ago just to get a flavor. But he talks about how again, curiosity is the thing that machines are using to leverage your attention. So attention is limited. It's a limited resource.
Yeah.
And if your emails or message system or whatever is constantly dragging your attention away, it's just feeding enough of it's a bit like junk food for your brain.
Yeah.
Which you get the concept, right? You're just feeding it enough, but it's not very nourishing. You're not getting smarter through checking your email, basically.
No, you're not. No,
meeting the need. So it's interesting.
Like I said, there's so many avenues I really want to explore now, and that's one of them that I think we'll spend a lot more time on. So, Lewis, thank you for saying yes. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us all. And let's hope. I'm going to try and get to Australia. I would like to come via Singapore. I did have that booked for July. The BA cancelled them. So
listen, you're going to need get vaccinated, and you'll be all good.
Yeah, but look, take care. Enjoy your new young son, and I will speak to you very soon. Thank you so much.
Well done. Thanks.
Bye-bye. And thank you very much to Lewis. As I say, always just an incredible insights, thought-provoking, and a lot for me to process. A lot at 4 a.m. as well, to be honest with you. So we have 3 more speakers in Asia before we have our second concert, and then we head off into EMEA. This next speaker is actually a pre-recording because she was locked down in London whilst being based in Asia, has locked down in London. So this one is a pre-record, and then we have 2 speakers that are live from Asia afterwards. So our next speaker, before I click onto the video, is Sajna Rahman, and with her passionate, enthusiastic nature, she's been working in the corporate world for 24 years and is known for her natural flair of networking. With the power of profile and her confidence, just ask, she built her personal brand to raise her visibility and developed a reputation of being a super connector, resourceful and recognizable figure in her industry. She shares a huge passion of ours at Inspiring Workplaces, the progression of diversity in the workplace, and has volunteered her time towards achieving progression for this agenda by speaking at various events, running campaigns, participating in roundtable discussions, contributing to media channels, and utilizing her social media platforms to influence positive change. So I'm happy to introduce Sajna and to play the pre-recorded video, and we'll come back and discuss it afterwards. So if you'll bear with me, I will bring this up right now. So there we go.
Hi everyone, welcome. Good morning and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Sajna. There might have been a couple of issues with sound there for a couple of people. I will repeat that all this content, all our speakers will be made available on demand on inspiringworkplaces.com in the coming hours, days, and weeks. So you can access it at your leisure. But obviously, you should be here live with me going on this journey. I now have cracked my Red Bull. It's what's the time now? 4:10 in the UK. We're into our 7th hour, and we have 2 more speakers in Asia. Very, very excited. And I must apologise if I get the pronunciation of your name wrong. Please correct me after I've introduced you. Straight away, I'm really excited. In Singapore, we've got Yu-Ying Deng, who is CEO of SFL, who helps companies reduce the complexity of managing a dispersed workforce. Talk about timely and relevant. Yu-Ying launched her company during Singapore's circuit breaker because she saw that COVID-19 has accelerated the trend to work remotely. Her passion lies in empowering people to work from anywhere and still be capable of achieving their best work possible. Work from anywhere, be productive. Today, she'll be talking to us all about how to keep your employees healthy and safe whilst working from home. And it gives me great pleasure to bring... Hello. Oh, I can't hear you.
Hi, now, Matt.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yes, you got the pronunciation of my name absolutely correct.
Oh, well, there's a first then. I'm absolutely terrible with names. I even pronounced my brother's name wrong. So, thank you so much for being part of the Inspirathon. Obviously, it's actually our first time of meeting because I know you've been in contact with Ruth, who's going to be hosting EMEA. And I need to bring up your deck, I believe. So there's your deck. You'll be able to walk us through the presentation, and I'll come back afterwards with any questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. Very
My
nice
pleasure.
to have met you. All right. So I'll start off now. Hi, everyone. My name is Yu-Ying, and I'm the CEO of SFL, a remote work company. So as Matt said, we are a platform, a technology platform that helps companies to actually simplify the whole process of managing a workforce that may be dispersed throughout the country or even dispersed throughout countries. By now, I think remote work is something that is familiar for most of us. In fact, how many of you today watching the Inspirathon are actually watching this from home? So if I had to hazard a guess, I would say that probably this is 80%. Now, if I had to ask the same question in next year's event, what would this percentage be? I'll venture to say at least 20 to 30% perhaps. So that's right. I believe that 20 to 30% of us would be working from home at least part of the time, even after COVID is over. So the fact is this, that work from home is going to become a permanent state of affair for most of us here in the developed country. And why? What are the reasons for this? So there are a couple of reasons, and let's start with the obvious one. That is the fact that most of us actually enjoy this flexibility that work from home gives. We enjoy being there to greet our kids when they come back from school. We enjoy not having to take a day off when the plumber or the electrician comes by to fix anything, right? So we also enjoy the work-life balance that it brings as well. The fact that we could go for a run in the morning and come back to home, take a shower, and be ready for work. And we also enjoy the time saved from commute. And I must confess that this last part is really what I enjoy most about work from home. So here in Singapore, we actually have to spend 84 minutes a day on average for Singaporeans to commute back and forth from work. So when you actually save this time, you can spend it on things that are so much more worthwhile, such as exercising or even taking a course or learning a new language. So this is something I think that a lot of us who are working from home right now, it is something that we really enjoy. So that's why in a recent survey here in Singapore, it shows that 2/3 of employees want to work from home at least half to 3/4 of their time. Not completely work from home, but having a hybrid form of working. The second reason why I believe that work from home will become permanent as well is because companies are realizing that work from home actually gives them a lot of cost savings. So I'll bring Singapore in as another example here. If you were to have an office in the central business district here in Singapore, It will cost you at least $900 per month to house an employee over there, just in terms of rental, not even talking about facilities or electricity. So if you were able to get your employees to work from home at least 20 to 30% of the time, that is the amount of office space that you can actually cut. And that is a huge cost savings for companies that are involved. And another thing that the companies really enjoy as well is the ability to hire for a global talent force. So you're no longer restricted to a geographic area such as, say, Singapore or Australia or the US when you want to hire for work. You can actually hire the best person from anywhere in the world, as long as you give them the proper setup. And that is the reason why 84% of companies polled said that they're actually going to continue with remote work even after the pandemic. They have realized that work from home doesn't bring about any productivity loss, and in actual fact brings about a lot of benefits for them. So on to the next slide. The fact is that problems will start to surface once companies starts to enable work from home. Right now we've only seen the benefits that have happened, but some of these pains have already started to surface as well. One of the first thing is working conditions and access to tools. Now, many of us listening in today are probably living in cities. A lot of us would be living in apartments that may only have 2 rooms, which we have to share with children and our spouse as well. So that is not the perfect kind of like home working setup where you might have a separate study. So as you can see from this picture, some of us are even having to work off like ironing boards as desks, and we may lack chairs. We may also lack software systems as well, because our companies may still be using legacy systems that are still on premises. And another thing which is really coming about and which is getting a lot of attention nowadays is the whole isolating experience that work from home is. So when we are working from home 8 hours a day, staring at a screen without anyone talking to us, our well-being starts to suffer. So mental, emotional stress is something that companies have to deal with. So the thing is that many companies, I think, currently are unprepared for this. Many solutions, such as stipends that companies have been generously giving out, are just for the case of, a kind of ad hoc solution. So it's like putting a Band-Aid on a wound that is getting increasingly big. These solutions are inadequate to deal with the problems that work from home might bring. So what is a company to do? One thing is to understand what the main challenges employees have when they face working from home. So when they're working from home, the main challenges that employees face are actually twofold. The first is a very practical one. This is from a recent survey here in Singapore. Many employees say that they actually do not have access to resources and tools which they could otherwise have access to in the office. So this doesn't just mean ergonomic chairs or ergonomic desks. It may also mean software tools as well. For example, HR systems, which are not based in the cloud. And there are also other practical aspects as well, such as the presence of young children or space constraints that people may suffer from. And then you have a second category of challenges that they may be facing, and that is more from the softer aspects of things. So people may find it harder to divide between their work and between their family life, and they find themselves working longer hours than usual. So for me, myself, this is one of the issues that I'm facing. Another issue that people may face is communication between team members. So when you have people in different places, you can no longer tap on their shoulder and say, hey, how's this piece of assignment going? You actually have to coordinate a time to speak to them. So communication may become an issue over here. So what is the company to do? Should it just say, my employees should just get on with it? Or should they actually do something about it? And we would argue that there are 2 main reasons why they should do something about it. The first one is obvious. I mean, if an employee was to do nothing about these issues that this employee would face, it would start facing issues soon, such as, employee retention, employee engagement, and employees' productivity. All these would suffer if an employee were to do nothing about these issues. But the second reason that employers should do something about it, and which many employees are actually unaware of, is because they actually owe a duty of care to their employees to do something about it. So in many countries, listening in today, there is a legislation similar to the one that Singapore has over here, where it basically states that it's the duty of every employer to take measures that are necessary to ensure the safety and health of their employees at work. And when they talk about employees at work, what they're talking about is actually any workplace, which includes the home office as well. So similar legislation exists in the US, in Australia, and also in the UK, many Commonwealth jurisdictions, in fact. So what is the employer to do? Before anything, a company should really ask itself, what kind of company do I want to be? There has to be a consensus onto what kind of remote work or hybrid work company it wants to be. So these are just some of the sample questions it can ask itself. So what kind of remote work does the company want to enable? Does it want to enable something that's fully remote, where there is no office, no HQ at all? Or does it want to enable some sort of hybrid work where it has satellite offices around the place and people come in once a week or so? Does it even want to recruit people from outside the country? The second thing that the company should ask itself is, are we actually enabled to measure success for an employee? What does this mean? Success can no longer be defined as how much time an employee spends at work, because when employees work remotely, you don't know this. It has to be defined by output. So what is success for a remote team? What is success for a remote employee? These are all questions that has to be answered. Another question that the company should ask itself is, how do we make sure that remote employees feel included? Now, there is a circumstance in which this question is especially important, and that is when the company has actually enabled hybrid work, where it has both on-site employees and off-site employees who are actually working remotely. If this is the case, how do they make sure that employees who are not within the office environment do not feel excluded? So this is a very important question, and I think one that will increasingly come up. Other questions as well, how will we maintain culture? How do we get our people to feel connected to us, even though they don't see their colleagues every day, or even though they don't come into office? How do we maintain our culture? How will we communicate within our team? Like, what are the tools that we'll be using? What are the response times that we expect? And another big question as well, will remote work change our hiring practice? Will we now hire anywhere within the Asia Pacific, or will we still restrict our hiring to Singapore, for instance? And one fundamental question that people should ask themselves is, how will I adapt as a leader when I can no longer see my employees working in front of me? So after asking all these questions, this should actually culminate in a remote work policy that I would advise any company that has remote work or hybrid work to have. So within the remote work policy, which should be made transparent to all employees, you would deal with issues such as eligibility. As an employee, how do you know whether you're eligible for remote work? You would deal with designated work hours. So, as a remote employee, am I expected to be at my desk at home from 9 to 5? Or, is the timing also flexible for me as well? The designated work location. So am I expected to work purely within Singapore, or could I actually move elsewhere to work, say Bali, for instance? Am I expected to report back to the office like once a week, twice a week? So what are the requirements for that? What are the equipments and tools that an employee will be provided for? Is it just a laptop, or will the company actually subsidize a kind of home office stipend for employees to get properly set up? What are the communication channels that the employee is expected to look at? So for instance, is this going to be emails only, or is it going to include Slack? Is it going to include WhatsApp? So there has to be clear guidelines on this so that the employee doesn't miss anything out. What are the response times that the employee is expected to have? When the employee is in Slack, is it a 15-minute, 10-minute response time? Now, response time will be something that is really important for people who are working as part of customer service, or who are working on time-sensitive kind of projects or transactions. So you want to make this absolutely clear. And also, importantly for employees as well, what are the productivity measures that I would have? What exactly would I be measured on? And under what situation would the company be entitled to claw back remote work, from the employee? So we would advise every company to actually go into a kind of like 5-step process at a minimum, to ensure that the employees are properly set up to work remotely. The first step that the company should have is that it should do a stock take of where its employees currently are and where the company currently is for it. So here's a scary fact. 92% of chiropractors in the US actually say that people have reported more back and neck pain ever since the work from home guidance began. So this shows you that many people are still not adequately set up for their home offices, or are not educated on how to work properly throughout the day. So do you know, as an employer, whether your employees are working off a stool, or whether they're working off the bed or off a coffee table, right? Do you know actually whether they have all the software tools that they need in order to work from home, or whether actually are there physical tools that they need that are actually based in the office? So if you as an employer are not aware of this, the best thing to do is actually to conduct an assessment, which could be a phone assessment if you have a small team, or it could be, a questionnaire if you have a larger team. But it's important to do a stock take of where your employees currently are at. The second step that you should do is to actually educate and to train your employees for this. When your employees are working from home, they're likely sitting in front of a screen 8 hours a day, just staring at the screen itself, without anyone seeing them or them seeing anyone except perhaps a few family members. Do your employees know how to deal with the isolation that comes with such a work setting? Do they know who to talk to when they're stressed out with an irate client? Do they know who they can confide in within HR if they're actually having problems with their line manager? So if this is unclear, or if there's no clear line of reporting, employees can be educated and trained on this so that at least there's someone that they can reach out to if they're facing issues. The third step is the obvious one, but something that some companies may not progress onto. Once you as a company become aware of the gaps that there exist, you have to fill in the gaps, according to your work from home policy. So for instance, if you feel that your employee doesn't have adequate seating, does your work from home policy actually enable you to purchase a chair for them, for instance? And the fourth step, which is the most important step, but one that is underrated by many people in the company, is that team leaders and HR actually have to be trained to enable their company for remote work. Companies actually need buy-in from the people who are closest to the employees themselves, which is the team leaders, and the people who are actually in charge of implementing the remote work policies, which is human resource. They should not assume that leaders know what is expected of them or how to implement these kind of policies. So training and constant reinforcement is something that is needed for team leads and human resource. And the fifth step, one which shouldn't be undertaken lightly, is to establish a process of regular check-ins. So one of the big issues for remote work is the kind of isolation that a team member would feel. And there's no better process of dealing with it than to have regular check-ins, whether this is online, which is the situation that most of us are in right now, or whether at a later stage this becomes a physical face-to-face meeting, like every week or on a kind of bi-weekly basis. And you may think that this sounds like a lot of work, and it actually is, but there are tools and processes that you can actually use to support the process. So one of the tools that's available to support the practical aspects of remote work is the tool that we are developing, which is the SFL Remote Work Platform. So with this platform, you can actually onboard your employees. You can conduct work from home assessments for them, and then you can educate them and train them on work from home needs. You could also use it as a procurement platform for products and services that's required for work from home as well. And at the final stage, you can even offboard your employees off the platform. So this is something that you can outsource to a third party to do instead of hiring additional headcount. Another tool and process which is really important is support for mental and emotional well-being for the staff. So one of the important things to do is to make absolutely sure that all your management and leadership outputs are output-driven. So you have to assess your employees' contribution based on the results instead of the time spent. And you have to train the leaders to establish proper KPIs and how to track the milestones and create visibilities on project-driven kind of transactions as well. One more important thing to do is to help employees feel like they're part of the company, feel like they're part of the team, even though they may not be physically together. So one of the ways to do this is to have regular recognition events, appreciation events, or just to send them something simple for Thanksgiving or for one of the festivities. And in order to track how you're doing, you will have to track employee sentiments as well. So there are many tools available online to do this, where you can do pulse surveys and even deep qualitative dives into employee sentiments just to make sure that everything is okay. So the thing is that if work from home is going to be the future of work, we all need to be prepared for it. And I, for one, sincerely believe that companies who are ahead of this step in the game will place themselves very well for the next decade of work from home. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A lot to digest and a lot to help us with the world we're in and progressing into even further as things hopefully start to ease around the world. Quick question. It's actually both relates to your beginning and your end of your talk. They joined up beautifully. So you talk about the 84 minutes commuting.
That's right.
Yeah, the average time a Singaporean takes to get to work. And then we're talking about the mental well-being and to just focus on being output driven, which is something I'm a huge advocate of, rather than time spent at work. Do you think there's an argument for a window of work now? So a 12-hour window, so it's from or maybe a 15-hour window from 6 till 9 at night, 6 in the morning till 9 at night, and people choose their 8 hours they would rather work in. So giving them that freedom to go, I work best at this time of day. These are my hours, and work around their best effort.
Absolutely. So, that's another big trend that is happening. So it's not just flexibility in terms of location now, but it's also flexibility in terms of working hours. So there is this trend in Singapore, which many larger companies are pushing for, where they recognize that different people work best at different times of the day, right? So you could be a night owl, or you could be a morning lark, and you prefer to work in the mornings. Or you could be there for your kids when they get home from school, and you just want to work in the mornings and the evenings. So there's a big push towards this. Absolutely. We're seeing that in Singapore for sure.
That's good that that's moving. I'm a morning person. So I've gone through the night and I'm about to reach my peak optimum time for work.
So the 7-hour thing must be quite a stretch for you then.
Yes, today it is. I forgot that putting on an event is usually quite busy ahead of time. So I will actually have been awake 24 hours by the time I go to bed. So there we go.
I can't imagine that.
But it's been an absolute pleasure and an experience to share with you. So thank you so much for your time. As I say, we'll be putting your video together along with your deck and some key points for consumption afterwards. And please get in contact with you as well. So for now, I'm just going to say thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
You stay safe, as all your family and friends and colleagues, and hopefully we'll meet one day in person. And take care.
Definitely. When I come to London, I'll let you know.
Well, hopefully I'll be in Singapore.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So thank you so much. We have our next speaker in the green room, the virtual green room. So I'm going to go and say hello and make sure everything's ready for our last speaker in Asia before we have our second concert, our gig, whatever you want to call it. It's a very different one as well, so I'm looking forward to it. Before I then hand over to Amir and my colleague Ruth Dance and Amy and go get some sleep. But I'm going to go speak to our next speaker and I'll be back shortly. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. So I'm back quicker than I expected for our final speaker in Asia. Last but no means least, as they say. I'm really excited for this. So I'm thrilled to welcome Natalie Hull. And Natalie is a high caliber workplace operations manager with over 15 years experience leading and managing teams to provide exceptional workplace experiences across a range of different sectors. In her current role at LinkedIn, Natalie is focused on delivering global workplace strategies and programs across the APAC region, and also responsible for the workplace site management for LinkedIn Australia, Singapore and Malaysian offices. Today, she'll share her expertise to help us understand and shape the at-home workplace experience. And without further ado, if I can work it for one last time this morning. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing, Matt?
How are you?
Great, thank you. Very excited to be here.
Oh, well, we're very excited to have you. And we're in another home. Like, it's just such a bizarre world, isn't it? I know we've had 12 months of this, but it will never get old or never get new.
I know. It's great to see how people live. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be public enemy number one. My wife is upstairs or has been trying to sleep all night. And I absolutely guarantee that my loud foghorn voice will not have allowed her to do so. I'm going to exit stage right and let you do your thing, and then I'll come back afterwards and have a chat.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, as I said, it's really great to be part of this amazing event, and I feel it's a great way to kick the year off. So continuing with the work from home theme, and big thanks to Ying for her session, I'm going to chat with you today about the work from home experience and how we can be more sustainable whilst we're working from home. As Matt mentioned, I've been in the workplace industry for the last 15 years, and I've been very lucky to experience a variety of different workplaces, from the very corporate closed offices to cubicles and to the open, flexible, open plan working. But I can't say I've ever worked from home for more than, say, 1 or 2 days at a time prior to the pandemic. And when I did work from home, it was probably once every couple of months, once a quarter if I was lucky. So when the pandemic hit and the governments issued their stay-at-home notices and all our offices closed, I probably had the same thought as most of you. It's not going to last long. It's going to be over in a month or two. But no, it's been almost a year and most of us are still working at home. The pandemic, it's pretty much completely upended our way of working, but I feel it's also shown us that we can adapt, we can change, and that having a more flexible working environment, it can and it does work. We've proved it over the last year, and I know it's not going to work for all companies and businesses, but I do feel that there are more organizations that are now more open to flexible or hybrid working and working from home. The conversations I had prior to the pandemic, a lot of the managers and companies that we'd been speaking to, they weren't really convinced that a more flexible working style was needed, and they felt that to have a successful team, that everybody had to physically be in the office. That mindset seems to have changed now, and I do find that more business leaders seem to be a lot more open to enabling a more flexible or hybrid type working environment. Technology has played a huge part in that. We're obviously able to connect a lot easier with each other, and that's definitely helped employees become more successful without physically being in the office. As it was mentioned before, the cost of real estate is also a factor. And if we can be smarter and more efficient with how our spaces are utilized, and by allowing more flexibility in where we choose to work, that's also going to reduce the spend in that area. Do I think working from home is going to remain a way of the future? Yeah, I do. I think to an extent, or in at least a hybrid way, it's definitely going to. That's not to say that I don't think we need to go into the office anymore, or that everyone is going to want to work from home all the time. We still need that connection with other people, And being in the office, you have those unplanned connections where you just meet somebody, say in the break room, or where you're getting a coffee or a water, and you make that connection, and it helps you to build a different kind of relationship with people. And some people, they just prefer to work from an office. It might be more conducive for their environment. Maybe they can focus better. It could be their internet connection, or maybe they have very noisy neighbors or a construction site next door. I do have a construction going on next door, so I do apologize if there is some drilling that does interrupt, but I'm hoping they're all at lunch at the moment. I also think that going forward, employees are really going to want that choice and being able to be more flexible and being able to choose where they do work from. Personally, I love working from home. I feel like I'm more focused. I tend to get a lot more done. But admittedly, when it started, I hated it. I didn't like it at all. And because I thought it was only going to be a short while before we were back in the office, I guess I didn't, and like a lot of other people that I know, didn't put any effort into our workspace or how I was actually managing my time while I was obviously working from home. The first few months I spent sitting on the couch or at the kitchen table, hunched over my laptop, and it felt like I was working pretty much non-stop from when I woke up to pretty much going to bed. I was always on my laptop. If I wasn't replying to emails on my laptop, I was on my phone replying to emails, accepting meetings at all hours. And then when it comes to the weekend, you're also, again, on the laptop because you're catching up with family and friends. You've got Zoom bingo or the Zoom quizzes, catch up with other friends. And it was pretty much, I'm chained to the laptop. I really didn't like it. Obviously, when you're in the office, you have regular breaks. You're going to talk to people, you're having a coffee with somebody, you might be even just moving to a meeting room, or you're going out for a coffee or lunch. In Singapore, it's not unusual to go out and enjoy your full hour for your lunch break. So you're getting outside of the office and you're away from your screen. Also, on your commute, I don't know, maybe you spent half an hour to an hour or more traveling into the office and home again. So that time you're away from the screen. I used to love to listen to music on my way in, or I would walk half the way in, and it just helps you think about other things or refocus for the day. When the government extended the lockdowns and more companies started realizing, and what we did as well, okay, work from home is going to be the new normal for the foreseeable future. And we had to start considering that our homes as a new workspace and think about how can we help our employees have a better experience whilst they're working from home. At LinkedIn, we set up several working groups, and one of those working groups was dedicated to help supporting employees working from home. So resources were gathered on ergonomics because that's a very key part of working from home. And we also created a really fun video on how employees could set up their workstation using what they have at home and setting up their workstation in the best sort of ergonomical way. So with your backs and having the right posture. In addition to the ergonomics, we also added a health and wellness section. And this is where employees can access all types of resources and materials to support the mental health, mental well-being and health. The fitness partners that we would usually use in our gyms, they had to adapt the way that they were doing things, and they created loads of really great online fitness classes for us, as well as coming up with challenges for employees to keep them motivated and keep them moving. I mean, I love a bit of friendly competition, and it seemed to work for a lot of people to get them out and moving. We also added a food section. Usually when we're in the office, we do have our cafes. So we were trying to, okay, how do we get people to be more nutritious and healthy when they're at home? So our chefs created video content on preparing and providing simple but nutritious food that they could cook at home, and also hosted live events that the whole families could participate in and help sort of with that cooking participation. That then extended into recommendations for local fresh food suppliers and local farmers for employees to purchase their fresh ingredients. And that in turn helped to support the local economy and local businesses. All the information that was gathered and put together, that was then uploaded onto a SharePoint site, which was shared with all our employees and that they can access at all times. And it's continuously updated with new content and material. I'm very grateful to work for a company like LinkedIn, as throughout the whole pandemic, everyone from the top management all the way down really promotes wellness for the employees and making it very clear that our wellness is a top priority, especially because of this environment. I think it's because it's so uncertain. People need that support for the wellness and making sure the mental health is taken care of. So top managers always making sure that we're getting the right work-life balance and that we do take care of ourselves. If we need a break, we're encouraged to take one. And if we need time out for either ourselves or our family, again, we're encouraged to do that. One of the other things that I love about work from home, as Matt sort of alluded to, was seeing in people's houses. So I've got to meet so many of my team members' children, and I would never have I'd never have the ability to do that if we were working from the office. So it's just a great way to build a different and more personal relationship with team members. So once it was we knew that work from home was going to continue, I realized then that, okay, I need to set up my current workspace and start thinking about a dedicated area that was going to be more sustainable for me than sitting on the couch and being hunched over. So I focused on 3 areas, and they were my workspace, my daily routine, and sustainability. Very passionate about sustainability and protecting the environment and the planet. So that was really important to me, and I wanted to ensure that I continue to be as sustainable as possible whilst I was working from home. With the workspace, I'm sure everyone's been working from home for a year now. So it's quite important to find, if you can, a quiet, naturally lit space. For me, it was easy. I'm lucky enough to have a spare bedroom with a window right opposite me. So not everyone has that, especially in a lot of countries in APAC. A lot of families live together and there's not a lot of room. Because we spend the majority of our day usually at the same spot on our chair or in our workspace working, we need to make sure that we're super comfortable where we decide to set up. Some people might have more than one area, and that might allow them to sit at one spot and maybe stand and work from another spot. Wherever we set up, need to make sure that we're reducing any strains or stress on our body so we don't end up with the injuries like the back or the wrist pain. We encourage that if you can't do that, then you should be getting up and moving regularly. We do have, we did have an on-site ergonomics team. They also have adapted their way of working. So they have gone from on-site assessments to virtual assessments, and they're able to provide guidance and advice for all our employees about how to make the best of what they have in their homes. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're always recommending you have to buy this furniture or that furniture or the highest quality or expensive furniture. They will help us to work with what we have at home. That might be putting a cushion back on the chair. It could be using an old shoebox or chairs to make sure that you're in the correct posture. And that they'll make sure that workstation fits for you, and that's the benefit, I guess, of having the virtual assessment. I feel that a chair is probably one of the most important pieces of furniture. If you are going to invest money in setting up your workspace, I do recommend that if you're going to invest in a quality adjustable chair. Again, not everyone can afford that, but there are some reasonably priced chairs out there if you do look, or you can engage your current office furniture supplier and maybe negotiate prices with them that your employees can reach out to them directly to purchase if they need to. We've done that with a lot of our furniture suppliers, and all of them are super supportive about doing that. Also, there's secondhand options. They're great because it also helps the environment. The second part I focused on was routine, and this is probably the toughest part for a lot of people. As I said, I'm sure most of us, and I know I certainly did, it felt like that working from home, I couldn't switch off. So I decided to set myself some boundaries and some non-negotiables. And I'll admit, I'm still working hard to stick to these boundaries. But one of the non-negotiables that I do have, and that is no late calls on a Friday night. Any other day I can manage, but obviously a Friday, it's the end of the week. I like to wind down and relax, maybe have a wine or two. And having a late call at night, you just can't switch off until that call is finished. Being in APAC, we do tend to either have late night calls or very early morning calls. So I do try to schedule my time. So if I have a late night call, I start later in the morning, or if I have a super early call, I make sure it's not back to back with a late call. And it's just a matter of communicating that to the organizers of the meetings and making sure. A lot of the time they forget there's a time zone and they don't realize we're not in the same time zone, and that it's like midnight or 1 a.m. that they're asking us to jump on a call, and then another one at 7. Do find them usually pretty flexible in making the changes, or I try to arrange to have 1 or 2 calls. Might go quite late, but if they're 1 or 2 days of the week, then it's a little bit easier to manage than having, say, 4 late calls every night of the week. One of the other tips that I learned, that was shared from one of the sort of group meetings that we had at LinkedIn, was planning my day. So I spend about 10 minutes in the morning just to go over my to-do list, which I created the night before, and prioritizing what I need to focus on for the day. If I need to, I will book some time in the calendar for that task. So it's in the calendar and nobody else is going to schedule a meeting, hopefully during that time. With meetings, what we try to do at LinkedIn is we try to schedule a 45-minute or a 50-minute meeting instead of a full hour. What that does, it gives all attendees just that little bit of a time for either a quick break. I mean, sometimes you just need 5 to 10 minutes just to stop, breathe, and refocus. Maybe adjust your to-do list, reply to an email, or just get a coffee. And I know that a lot of the times you have back-to-back meetings, and it used to be that you could go from sort of 8 a.m. right through to 4 p.m. and literally you're lucky to get a break, and it's only if a meeting finished early that you would have time to sort of get off your chair. I also find that if I spend 5 to 10 minutes at the end of each day, I do tidy my workbench and I plan for the following day. Once I've got a plan and I've got a key, I write it down on my schedule or my to-do list that I have an online version. Once I've done that, I know in my head, okay, my day's planned for tomorrow. I don't now have to worry about what I've got to do tomorrow and these million things. Once I've typed it in or written it down, I don't know, it just helps me sort of to switch off for the day. Lastly is I always try to get out of the house. When I finish work, if I've been stuck in sort of my office or my spare room all day, I need to get fresh air. It's just good for my mental wellness. And I pretend it's like my commute time. So I used to spend at least half an hour to an hour commuting every day. So I now turn that into something else. And this is something that I do recommend is if you used to spend that time commuting, why don't you finish at your usual time and use that commute time for something away from your laptop? Spend it with the family, spend it playing with your kids or learning or going out for an exercise. Just having that time away from your laptop or your screen is just a huge benefit, and it just helps sort of to reset basically. So finally is sustainability. How can we be more sustainable while we're working at home? There's loads of ways we can be sustainable. One, not traveling to the office by car or by taxi is already one way, and we're already being more sustainable while we're not doing that. Being in Singapore and a lot of Asia is probably quite hot. Some of the other countries in APAC, maybe not so, but if you are using your air conditioning or your heating, just adjusting your thermostat 1 or 2 degrees higher or lower is going to help to reduce those carbon emissions, and it's also going to help to reduce the cost of your monthly bill. That's obviously going to go up because we're all working at home all day, every day now. You can reduce your energy consumption, you can lower the brightness of your screen, and that in turn is also going to help to reduce the eye strain. Check that your laptop and your screen is set to a sleep or an active mode when you are away from your station, if you're on lunch or on a break. And unplugging your equipment when it's not in use. Even when it's plugged in, you're going to be drawing energy from the grid. So if you can switch to energy efficient light bulbs like LEDs, and I do know that, yeah, they do cost a little bit more to purchase, but they do last longer and use less energy. So overall, it's a win-win. If you're able to, and with those savings from increasing or decreasing your thermostat and using energy efficient light bulbs, you might be able to look at switching to green energy. So Obviously, installing solar panels is not an option for everybody, but you can also source renewable energy for your homes from most energy suppliers. That's called a green option. And once you've opted into the electricity to your home is bundled with renewable energy credits. So that would mean, depending on which package you purchase, either some or all of your electricity is switched to a renewable source. That is really great for those of you who are living in apartments, and if you're unable to obviously install the solar panels. You can move to paperless. I have my iPad, which I use for taking all my notes, and I have an app. So when I write, it feels just like I'm writing on paper. There's many apps that you can use. There's like notes, your sticky note functions. I feel that's great because you're not using any paper. Although if you do still prefer to use a pen and paper, you can switch to eco-friendly brands or recycled paper. If you purchase your fruit and veggies or meat from local farms and suppliers, if you can, not only does that support your local community and your local farmers, it also helps to reduce the amount of carbon which is used to import from the other side of the world. In Singapore, we don't really have a lot of local produce that's grown here. We have a little bit, but if I'm getting my fruit and veggies, I do tend to purchase from items which are grown within the region, usually Malaysia, more so than purchasing if it's from a country far away like the US or anywhere on the other side of the world, because the carbon of that coming across is quite high. The second part is sustainable furniture. If you can, if you're looking for furniture to set up, secondhand is a great sustainable way to go. Locally made or even bamboo products. Bamboo is just as sturdy as plastic, and personally I think it looks much nicer than plastic, and obviously it's a lot better for the environment. Lastly is recycling. Hopefully everybody's offices have a recycling plan and recycling bins in place. But I do tend, when I go to people's houses or when I speak to friends, they don't really have a recycling plan in their homes. It's just waste that goes into the one bin and it goes into the general waste for landfill. So if you check with your local council and familiarise yourself with the recycling protocols and what items actually can be recycled, and perhaps have just a separate bin or a separate bag for the recyclables. So that is pretty much the end of my talk, and just a few tips and ideas or suggestions, I guess, on how we can be more sustainable and how you can maybe work from home and improve your work from home experience.
Thank you so much. Lots to digest, and I think really good reminders and productivity tips there. So thank you so much. A couple of questions, if I may.
Sure.
And I'm not putting you on the spot, so was that budget made available for transition to home offices and to help staff at all, whether it be secondhand furniture or stand-up desks or anything like that?
Yeah, we do. We have been given, I guess you could call it, there's a policy in place. If we do need to purchase something to help improve it, we will get refunded that, or we can reimburse that up to a capped amount. So
fantastic.
Now, yeah, which is great, and that's really supportive and really helps everybody, because obviously, as we all knew at the start, it's probably not going to last long, and now we've got a bit more.
Yeah.
We can invest in doing it properly now.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic that they've done that. I was just interested because, you know, we all have different circumstances. I think some of the great things that you pulled out was just the simple changes that have such a dramatic impact. So
yes.
I am not the healthiest I've ever been. I like my food a little bit too much. And after I had a COVID marriage, we had a reduced wedding from 150 to just our parents. So we were very lucky to have got married and
very lucky. Yeah.
After I lost the weight, I've just heaped it back on again. But to my point, I worked from home anyway, home office, but I used to do about 10 to 20,000 steps just going to meetings or going to London and I suddenly found myself doing about 900 steps.
Exactly.
And we'd go for a walk and with intent on a Sunday or something, and we'd get back and go, I've just done a 5-mile walk, and then we'd look at the steps, and that was 10,000 steps. We're going, we've literally just done what we'd usually do normally without even trying to do a big walk. and it's those differences that you don't realize having such a it could have a detrimental impact on your health.
It does. I find for my mindset, if I don't get out, if I'm stuck home, I just get really antsy and a bit grumpy. And even if I don't feel like going out, which is most of the time, and once I'm out for 5-10 minutes, I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I got out. Especially if I have music on and I'm listening to some good tunes, it just changes totally how I'm feeling. And you're tired and you're like, oh, I'm tired. Go for a walk and say, oh, actually, I feel all right now.
You could curl up on the sofa, or if you get yourself out. So that's to my other point that I loved was one of our other speakers later in the day, and you can tell I'm on the cusp. I need to go to bed. Robert Glazer, he's author of Elevate. He's actually closing the whole Inspirathon. He's done remote work for about 20 years, and he talked about creating boundaries. So he has a family, wife, children, dogs, and he said he, at the end of the day, will leave the house and come back in again because he needed that disconnect from his working day and then coming back in and being dad or husband. So you just say you'll use your commuting time you used to have, and at that moment of the day, go out, walk, put the earphones in. I think that's such a great tip. Home all day, and there's no disconnect.
Exactly, and that's what a lot of even our employees sort of said. It's just like they feel like they're on all the time, and there is no disconnect. So that's sort of what we also have to promote. Just take some time out, and we really encourage people to go out for a walk, and we have the steps competitions to try and get people taking some time out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, is there anything else to add you'd like to add?
No, I think I've covered everything. I'm sure there's loads more, and I'm sure lots of people have got different ideas and tips and tricks to do it. So,
well, we're like I say, your session will go on the site on demand session. I just have to personally say thank you for your insights, your expertise, and your energy you brought to finish off Asia. Thank you so much again. I realized during this period, I draw a lot of energy from interactions with people face to face. And this is a lovely substitute. So thank you for giving us such great positive energy out into the world. And I hope to meet you in person one day soon.
Absolutely. So do I. And thank you for letting me be part of this event. It's been fantastic. So well done. That's great.
Take care and stay safe.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. So, I'm sure you agree, fantastic speakers throughout Asia. We did have one more. Unfortunately, that person has come down with COVID. They even tried to do a pre-record, but they just have to quarantine, and health is paramount at this moment in time. So we have got our concert, and then we'll have a slightly bigger break transitioning into EMEA. And the gig that we're going to have now is more of it has African roots in it. So we're transitioning to that part of the world. So I'm thrilled to introduce a percussionist and composer, Adriano Adewale. Adewale is known for combining his Brazilian and African roots, resulting in his unconventional and exploratory approach to music, and for his ability to create magical soundscapes from seemingly banal places. So he's also going to explain where some of this music is coming from. It is a great experience. We've recorded it to make sure the quality of the sound is perfect. So without further ado, I'm going to say goodbye for now. I'm going to be coming back for North America, but next time you see anybody after Adriano, will be my colleague Ruth Dance, who are supported by other team members in the background, who will take you through West Africa, Europe, London, and other European countries before I will come back and be virtually in New York. So let me try to use the technology one last time and get our concert playing with Adriano. I'll share audio. No, I didn't do that. And then
Welcome everyone. The second concert of 4 during Inspiration. I'm here to take you and shores as it heads towards the EMEA. I hope you enjoy it. My name is Adriano Adewale Itaúna. I come from Brazil. I am a musician, a percussionist, composer, an educator, and a researcher. I would like to share with you some music today. I'd like to share some of my stories, and I will start with a solo piece for an instrument that in Brazil is called pandeiro. Right here. And this piece is called Pandeirando. there was a pandeirando, this piece I play on this wonderful instrument. It is a traditional instrument from Brazil, but actually it arrived in Brazil via the Portuguese. And it arrived in Portugal because of the Moors. The Moors colonized Portugal, and then Portugal came to Brazil, was also colonized in Brazil, and then that's how this instrument arrived here. And all these rhythms that I was playing here, they are traditional rhythms from Brazil, samba, baião, for instance. And all these rhythms, of course, they are very, very much influenced by the Africans from different parts of the African continent. People were taken to Brazil from Angola, from Mozambique, from Nigeria, from Benin Republic, Togo, Ghana, Senegal, Congo, many, many, many places. And well, let me place this here. It's a pleasure to be invited to be part of this series. And music is something that inspires me very much. I am very fortunate to be a musician. I love it, and I learn from it every day, and I like to share my stories from the music life that also intertwines with my my social life, my personal life. I started with music long time ago. I remember I was in the countryside of São Paulo state in Brazil, where I come from, and I heard samba school, the leading drum of a samba school, which is called repinique, and that made my whole body respond to it. I didn't know what it was. It was right through my spine. And after years, I also went to a party, just a house party in a friend's house. There was a live band playing, and with drums and guitar and not double bass, electric bass, and the singer. They were doing a cover of Rolling Stones playing Satisfaction. And I heard this, and the drum kit, the kick drum, went straight into my body, into my stomach, and I fell in love with it. So I asked that drummer if I could buy a drum kit, and he happened to have two. So I fortunately was able to purchase his second drum kit, and I started straight away. From then on, I haven't stopped. That is being over 20 years now. And now we move on with a piece called Senhor Zezinho da Angola. It's a homage to my great grand uncle who was born in Angola. However, he ended up living in Brazil. And this piece is also performed by the Adriano Adewale group. One of my passions in life is to work with rhythm. And I think rhythm is in everywhere, is in everything. It's the essence. When we are a baby, the way doctors tell whether there is a baby inside the belly is by listening to the heartbeat, to check whether the baby is alive. Equally, when we pass away, they verify if our heart has stopped. So rhythm is essential to life, and it is in everywhere. In everything we do, there is rhythm. In nature, there is rhythm everywhere. So we're gonna carry on with a piece called River Rocks, which is a journey to a river that will hopefully end in a sea, in a peaceful sea. Enjoy it. And here we go with the ballad. It's a piece called Telephone. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for listening, for watching. I hope it has given you some inspiration, some love, some feelings, some grooves for you to take on your everyday. And we hope the situation that we are now changes quickly so we can all return to our normal lives. Lots of love. Go bless. Thank you.